We're late. We were talking about red velvet cake and stuff. Um, I have a poll that was up, and it was the true crime that won when I was doing the video thumbnail. So the true crime one, and I was looking at pictures here. I was trying to find those pictures, and I ended up going down. And I was looking too. I was going down memory lane. It's crazy how fast time goes, isn't it? I'm just looking at, and then I've got my kids going up from like the time they were born until the youngest kids until now, and then my other kids dispersed in there. It's crazy. All right, so and all the things we did. Sometimes it goes like that, and you think, wow, but you just okay. Anyway, today we have some interesting stuff. That doctor in Maui, I've been doing a lot of research on that case. As well as that Green Beret in North Carolina. That is some case there. Then we'll touch on, we'll probably do the Lindsay Shriver. If you remember Lindsay Shriver, we watched the police cam from her house from their house, in Georgia. Remember when she was, the husband was packing the kids up and stuff? And all that, right? Hello, Al. Hello, Gail. Hello. Feeling it. Hi, feeling it. What are you feeling? You feeling groovy? Okay. Maybe you can get it on with us tomorrow night. We're doing whoopie pies and crafts and chat. All right. Hi, Slam RN, Al, and Justina, and Bucky, and Scooter, and everybody there. I can't, Bucky, Han. I'm sorry if I'm missing somebody because I don't think I have my thing on there, but okay. Nightbot, of course. So anyway, if you look at, where's Linda? Tina? Oh, and please keep Dina Elizabeth's husband in your prayers, and Ebby's friend Vicky, who's come on this show. Keep her in your prayers. And that was that was urgent. Oh, and Tina's family. See, that's why I thought of that. Hope you got good news today. All right, so then we have Lindsay Shriver, who says that when she texted the boyfriend and stuff that said kill him, meaning the husband, that it was just a figure of speech, and it was not really to put a hit out on the husband. Oh, she's in bed. Okay. And then was the other thing we're going to talk about? Oh, and Brett Gardner, the New York Yankee player. You've heard about this. The family went to Costa Rica. 14-year-old son, a bunch of family members fell ill after eating out. And at first they said the cause of death was asphyxiation. Now they're saying they don't know so much, but they said that the coroner that got to, I guess, the resort or when he was brought in, I'm sorry, that he was clinically deceased when at that time. So that's scary because, wow, what's the cause of that? So we're going to look into that. And then, of course, Bryan Kohberger, the proof that he purchased the Black Baclava that he was wearing. We're going to talk about the Green Beret in North Carolina, who's been missing since January 27th, I believe it is. January 27th, and then the last day that he was seen alive, he was leaving a fitness center, and he was going to go to the university where he was a student there, and then he went back home, but the wife said he never came home. But then they found his phone that he was home, and it stopped at like 8 a.m. the next morning, and it didn't pick up for like another 2 days. Then the girlfriend, because he had told his wife he wanted a divorce, he had went to a lawyer after he went out of that fitness center. He visited his girlfriend, told her about the lawyer. Then he went home. He texted the girlfriend. He said, I told her I want a divorce, and Oh, they got it. Good. Great. Very good. Simontelli case should be resuming tomorrow. Yes. Slam. So then, where was I? See how I get sidetracked if I look at the chat? See? That's what happens when you have ADD. So yes, he texted the girlfriend that I'm home. I told the wife I want a divorce, going to bed. That's the last she ever heard from him. The girlfriend and someone from the university called for a welfare check. The wife never wanted to report him missing. The girlfriend ended up reporting him missing, and he's been missing ever since. And then they found about 3 miles from there in a pond, they found a torso without, of course, limbs and a head, just a torso. And they haven't identified it yet, or they haven't made a positive ID. And they lived on 15 acres, and they've searched there, but they searched the house. The search warrants were released. And so some of the things that they got, his phone wasn't there, but his laptop had projectile damage. And they believe that is my secret for my energy level ADD. It's a secret? That gives you extra energy? I don't think so. That makes you more scatterbrained and you're running around trying to get everything organized and not be overwhelmed. But anyway, so the projectile damage to the laptop, and there's something else that had a projectile damage. So they took that in, and they believe that he could have been hurt. Then the search warrant, when they went back, or they got a pistol. They took the wife's phone. They searched her truck. So this is all coming out, but she has not been arrested yet. And he's a Green Beret. I think he's about 50 years old. And, yeah, he had a girlfriend, wanted a divorce, as a matter of course. But, yeah, we're going to talk about all of that today. So I think the first thing we're going to do is probably Lindsay Shriver, Bryan Kohberger, Gardner, Green Beret, and then the Maui Doctor. Did I tell you about the Maui Doctor? The Maui Doctor was 46 years old, an anesthesiologist. He's originally from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and he was on vacation in Oahu with his wife, who is 36, and I believe she's some kind of an engineer, something engineer. She's very accomplished, 36 years old, and they were hiking in an area that was very well known for tourists. And it says that he flipped out because she wouldn't take a picture with him. I don't believe that at all. I believe that was a ploy because he started to punch her. He started to hit her in her head with rocks. And then he's tried to stab her with 2 hypodermic needles. And they haven't said if there were any kind of drugs in the hypodermic needles. And then he pushed her down a trail. Now, the news sources are so scattered with this, I guess, what's being released, because you're thinking like, okay, if nobody saw this guy and he's hitting her over the head and he's pushing down her trail, well then why, she's lucky to be alive. How did she survive that? But somebody saw that and called 911, and I guess it spooked him, and he ran off on foot. They had a chase, and then they caught him, and then he appeared in court today, and she is allegedly in critical condition. I hope she's going to make it. There's a GoFundMe. he has a son, from my own research that I've done. It looks to me that he at least had another marriage before her, or a relationship that had a son. And then it says that she had at least 2 children. She's a nuclear engineer. Okay. I'm doing pretty good recalling all this, Lamoran, all these different stories, right? So, yeah, two needles, 2 hypodermic needles. So we're going to look into that, but that stuff is coming in real slow. And I even went like on Facebook, because a lot of times you can get some people that know, or they say things just to give you some little insight about how, because I just think it's miraculous that she survived, because if he was alone with her and he just throws her off, I mean, he was bigger than her and everything, so yeah. Oh, and then I went on his Facebook page, which is public, and he's like, in 2018, he's showing the wedding. You see some of that in my thumbnail, but he says like, best day of my life, and he's got several on there like that. And then on hers, I don't know if somebody went in there, but they had just have a group photo with her and him, with like just tremendous amount of family I would imagine behind them, because they're like the center of the picture, sitting in these 2 Adirondack chairs. And I don't know if that may be from their wedding. I don't know, because somebody said I really like that picture. So again, how everything is deceiving, right? And sometimes the people that have the they look like, oh, they're having the best life, they're having the greatest life, and you have something like that. And sometimes you have these couples that, right, they fuss and fight sometimes, but they're not killing each other. So I don't know. It's always, isn't it always like, wow, I never suspected him. He's always been so quiet. And yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's talk about, which one did I say we're going to do first? Lindsay Shriver. Okay. That was weird. That's almost like the old chime. See, that's why I thought the Christmas chime was gone. Okay, so let me get a graphic up here for Shriver. You know, we have done the body cam we've seen in this case. Let me just get her. And you remember he started going out with the Chrisleys, meet the Chrisleys, right? He started going out with one of their daughters after this happened. Now, does anybody know if those 2 are still together? Let me know if anyone knows they're still together. And hey, I don't want to save that. Stop it. Just cut it out. Okay. I'm just trying to look for my, I have a special, maybe I have it over here. But I usually have my stuff in. Yeah, here. Okay. I'm not gonna worry about that. That's ridiculous. All right, let's go back here. So Athena, boyfriend of a Georgia woman accused of plotting to kill her former. He played for the Atlanta Falcons. He was played football for the Atlanta Falcons. She says, the boyfriend says it's all a misunderstanding. He said the text that said kill him, that was texted in July of 2023, and it said that police are claiming that Lindsay directed at her husband, meaning kill him, husband Robert Shriver, is that it's just a figure of speech. It wasn't real. It was just a figure of speech. But this was in the Bahamas, and the authorities in the Bahamas indicated that Lindsay Shriver allegedly said that she texted her boyfriend, Terrence Bethel, and his friend, Farron Newbold Jr., a photo of her husband with another woman. And they said that's part of a murder for hire plot for her husband, Robert, pictured there. They have 3 children together, 3 boys. Now, Robert was not harmed. Police arrested Lindsay in the Bahamas in July of 2023. We covered this. And along with the boyfriend and the alleged hitman, they face charges of conspiracy to commit murder, but they've all pled not guilty. So they said that the message had been a misunderstanding and that kill him was a figure of speech. And the boyfriend said whenever she, Lindsay, gets into an argument with Robert and she tells me about it, of course I'm livid about it. But planning to murder him? No. Nobody ever wanted Robert dead. I'm definitely not guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, and Farron is not guilty of being a hired hitman. It's time to let the world know we're innocent. So the murder plot was exposed after a break-in at a bar where the boyfriend worked bartending. And while the investigation was going on, the police seized Bethel's phone. They saw those messages that implicated, they said, Bethel, Shriver, and Newbold. Robert and Lindsay were in a contentious divorce before this alleged murder for hire plot. And we showed you that. We showed you that police cam a long time ago in their house in Thomasville, Georgia. But they have a vacation home in the Bahamas. And that's where, she was when this was going down. And on April 5th of 2023, Robert filed for divorce and he accused Lindsay of adulterous conduct. Lindsay countered with the accusations of cruel treatment, and she claimed that her extramarital relationship started during their separation. It escalated on July 16th, 2023, when Robert planned to fly his 3 sons to their vacation home in the Bahamas on the family's private jet. This is we have this police cam on the channel. And Lindsay intended to accompany them where she was going to meet her boyfriend Bethel. But Robert said, no, you're not going. And they had a disagreement. She said he was aggressive. She called 911. The police came to the house. And Robert told the police, I'm not supporting that. I told her, I'm not supporting that. You're not getting on the airplane. That can mess with the kids' heads. It's just something we're not going to do. Now, she's scheduled for trial in August. So, yeah, we'll see what happens there. And next, we're going to go to Bryan Kohberger. Okay. So Bryan Kohberger, which by now you've seen this selfie that he took. Right? Looks pretty creepy to me. I don't know. That looks like a pretty creepy selfie. With the thumbs up over there. And that was hours after the murders occurred. But he had purchased a black balaclava months before a witness saw them. The witness being the roommate. Uh-oh, hold on. What happened to his picture? Get over here. Stay there and stop it. Okay, so the witness being the roommate, Dylan, seeing that guy with the bushy eyebrows in that black mask, and it just so happens that Bryan Kohberger purchased a black balaclava months before she saw him. So he had one of those and purchased it on January 10th of 2022. So quite some time. Now, I'm sure his defense is going to argue, okay, not everyone that purchases a balaclava is going to commit murder. It could just be that you live in Pennsylvania where it's freezing cold in the winter. He bought it January 10th of 2020, and it's just a coincidence, right? Doesn't mean that he had it with him. Doesn't mean that he wore it. Doesn't mean anything. That's, I'm sure, what they're going to say. But anyway, he bought it at a Dick's Sporting Goods in Pittsburgh. It was 11 months before it was actually maybe 10 months, maybe, I don't know, before the murders of the 4 University of Idaho students. Now, the balaclava that Cobberger bought was the same type of face covering that Dylan, the witness, says that she saw a man wearing, again, a man with bushy eyebrows, right? Cobberger's defense team desperately attempted to have his purchases excluded from his upcoming trial, claiming they would be, what the court documents revealed, prosecutors insisted on using them, claiming that they were crucial to the case. So prosecution said, and I quote, "The relevance of this information is that Bryan Kohberger purchased a black balaclava from Dick's Sporting Goods on January 10th of 2022. The mask is the same type of mask that Dylan witnessed was worn by a male in the residence on November 13th of 2022. The witness, Dylan, drew a picture of the mask, which was included in one of the court documents filed by Cobberger's attorney. Prosecutors previously disclosed online shopping records of Kohberger's that indicate he bought the murder weapon, which was a combat-style knife, as well as a sheath and sharpener from Amazon 8 months before the murders. A sheath with DNA linked to Cobberger was found at the crime scene. In other court filings, prosecutors and defense argued that about Cobberger's mental competency, claiming that he has autism, which will make a fair and just trial a challenge. His attorney wrote that his appearance and inability to show emotion or process what's happening in the courtroom may cause jurors to be biased against him, citing that his awkward arrest at his parents' Pennsylvania home as an example of that. During the arrest, Cobberger asked an officer about his education and suggested they go out for coffee. And this attorney said, and I quote, "He did not perceive the profoundly serious nature of the moment and exhibited no perception of what was happening. While competency has not been raised in this case at this time, Mr. Cobberger's team and assisting experts are constantly analyzing this issue." Ladder County Prosecutor Bill Thompson responded, in a filing saying that the defense has no legal authority to present evidence explaining how Cobberger may appear or behave in front of a jury. Doing so would most likely confuse the issue, mislead the jury, and play to the jury's sympathies. Now, jury selection is set to begin on July 30th of 2025. So, and just some comments from people about this new news here. It says the prosecution is leaking lots of very circumstantial evidence. Last week, it was that he was wearing rubber gloves when he was arrested. That's never a good sign for the prosecution. And then another person said, trust me, all the points are going to prosecution at this point. Cobberger's own defense attorney submitted the drawing by the witness of the balaclava mask worn by the murder suspect, which matches the mask that Cobberger purchased months before. It is the defense who is stressing at this point. It almost seems like the defense is, his defense attorneys are putting up for his appeal is poor defense during his initial trial. So this is just what people are saying. Someone said, obviously, he had pre-planned this carnage a long time before it happened. So, and then someone here said, records show Cobberger purchased a black balaclava January 10, 2022 at Dick's Sporting Goods in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Normally, apparel like that is purchased in northern climate during the winter. It would be more suspicious if he purchased it in July at a non-discounted price. So, or it'd be more suspicious if he purchased it in Florida at that time, right? Yeah, it's just going to be... So, we have... Okay, so let's go to... Now I said we're going to go to... Let me go back to the chat just to see what you guys are saying about anything. And then we'll go. Hi, Rosalita Marie. Hi, Prime Objective. Okay, in another life, we would be together. Okay, so what do you've got here? You don't believe in coincidences. Probably just washed all the blood off in the shower. Okay. It's weird that he would get dressed up in a dress shirt, you know, after that. Normally he'd probably put on a sweatshirt or something. And look how he buttons the top button of that dress shirt. Just looks odd. Just looks really odd. It almost looks like there's a cut over here or something. I don't know. Something's on that. He's insanely creepy, you say. Hi 61. How are you? So yeah, that's where we are. The dress shirt is creepy. Yeah, and it's just odd for a guy to just put a dress shirt like on at that time. Like, where was he going? What time? What wasn't it? I don't know. Just looks odd. The whole dress shirt looks odd. Like the collar looks weird. Like it's too narrow or something. I don't know. It just looks really weird. Without a tie. Yeah, it looks weird. Okay. And it just looks like a dingy... To me, it looks like... I don't know. Like it looks like a dingy... It looks like a sateen dress shirt or something. And it just gives me this... Everything gives me this dingy appearance. And... His whole face and stuff looks like, I don't know, what did he do? Like a face tune or something? Like, it just looks weird. Everything looks everything looks weird there. And I'm not just talking about his looks. I'm talking about whatever, like, the way his skin looks. It looks like, did he do so? Like, it looks weird. It looks something like, looks weird. I don't know. Looks strange, okay? Looks like he has an undershirt on also. Yeah, could be. I don't know. Could be a shadow. Okay, so let us go to the Yankee. Miss you all too. It's been crazy. You know what I watched? Say, oh, okay. Glad to see you. All right, let me go over here, and we're going to look at Brett Gardner's son. What a tragedy. So if first they said asphyxiation, right? Then they said asphyxiation ruled out. Okay? So and that, like I said, the whole family went out to dinner, and then a bunch of them fell ill, and I believe they went to get some care from, I don't know if it was the resort. Let's go in, because I've been a little, well, let's research this a little bit, okay? So asphyxiation has now been ruled out as the cause of death for Brett Gardner's son, and that's from the Costa Rican National Police. Asphyxiation has been ruled out as the cause of death for the 14-year-old son of former New York Yankees outfielder Brett Gardner. Authorities determined that Miller Gardner didn't die from asphyxiation because his respiratory tract was clear. This comes one day after a Costa Rican government official had said Miller Gardner may have died from asphyxiation due to food intoxication. Miller Gardner died in his sleep Friday morning while the family was on vacation in Costa Rica. The family felt sick after coming back from dinner at a restaurant close to their resort. The Gardner family was staying at the exclusive Arenas del Mar resort in Manuel Antonio. The hotel staff dispatched a medical team immediately, which included a licensed doctor who arrived to handle the emergency. The resort said, and I quote, "Our hotel protocol at Arenas del Mar does not allow for hotel staff to provide any medication to guests. Authorities are investigating to see if Miller was allergic to any of the medicine he was given. The autopsy has not been completed, and any leads are still considered preliminary." Now, a spokesperson for the resort said, and I quote, "We are deeply saddened by this loss, and our hearts go out to the family. The factors that led to this tragic incident are unknown, and we are fully cooperating with authorities as they investigate. More tests are being done to determine the teenager's cause of death. It could take up to 3 months to complete the autopsy due to the significant demand in the country because of its high murder rate." Ooh, high murder rate in Costa Rica? Thanks. The authorities said they do not believe his death is suspicious at this point. Brett Gardner and his wife Jessica said their youngest child died after falling ill with several other family members. "We have so many questions and so few answers at this point," the Gardners said on Sunday in a statement. Released by the Yankees. And here's a photo of the family. Absolutely tragic. You guess this is like another thing, right? You go away, you think you're going to have a great time, it's wonderful, oh, you're so lucky and everything's great, and then just bam, out of nowhere. It's like when someone gets hurt on an amusement park ride, I mean really hurt, or dies. So it's so tragic because it's just tragic anytime, but it's like just, oh my gosh, it's just horrendous. Prayers for that family. Wow. Such a tragedy. And no matter what they find out, you know, they've lost their son. They're not, it's, yeah. Terrible. Terrible. And what do you think of that? You know, he went out, he got sick. Like, what could happen that he died, right? He died. How? Why? What restaurant? Or what could that be? What are even the possibilities of that? And let's see. The son of the former Yankees player Brett Gardner was honored at opening day. Miller Gardner, the 14-year-old son of former New York Yankee outfielder Brett Gardner, was honored with a moment of silence at the Yankees opening day on Thursday, nearly 1 week after the teenager's mysterious death in Costa Rica. Miller had a spark in his eyes, an outgoing and feisty personality, and a warm and loving nature, the Yankees said in a social media post on Thursday. Miller grew up in the Yankees organization and had become a two-sport athlete, wearing his father's number 11 on his football jersey. The entire Yankees organization grieves this unimaginable loss, with Brett, his wife Jessica, and their son Hunter. So sad. And especially the brother is probably so close, and just horrible. Horrible, horrible. They put his picture up there, and they all had a moment of silence. Very nice. So they were staying at the Arena Del Mar Resort in Manuel Antonio. And that's very sad. So I don't know what anybody's even speculating on. Here's then, the doctor describes the frantic fight to save Brett Gardner's son. The doctor whose team treated the son of former New York Yankee Brett Gardner, hold on a minute, at the resort, said that medics fought frantically to save the 14-year-old boy's life, but they could not revive him. Dr. Kevin Gannon, who runs Manuel Antonio Urgent Care near the high-end resort where Miller Gardner died, said that the teenager was unresponsive when doctors arrived on Friday morning. From what we encountered there, we could not verify a cause of death. To us, it was very confusing. We responded to a minor without vitals. We tested him for cardiac arrest, and we performed CPR for more than 30 minutes. There was not really much we could significantly do. Gannon, who said his staff had not treated Miller before being called to the resort Friday, added that the Gardners had all vomited after getting sick following their dinner the night before. But he said he did not believe that either food poisoning or an allergic reaction was responsible for Miller's death. Some people are saying it was anaphylactic shock from food he ate, but I will say it's very, very rare for a patient to eat food and go that long without a reaction. Usually it's right away. He added that he was speaking generally about food allergies and he didn't know exactly what happened before his staff arrived. Authorities are still awaiting the results of tests to confirm whether Miller had any kind of an allergic reaction. Police initially believed the teenager died from asphyxiation, but that it's been ruled out. And then On Wednesday, authorities were saying they suspected maybe Miller had an allergic reaction to the medication he was given, but Gannon called that unlikely as well. He said allergic reactions to normal gastrointestinal medications are very rare. Most of the acute GI conditions can be treated with over-the-counter medication, and most do not have severe side effects, or else they would not be over-the-counter. Gannon said he's eager for toxicology tests to be done on the teenager, but officials warn that could take months. Very sad. All right, let me see what the chat is saying here. The family was given meds and perhaps, yeah, but they said that's very rare. And not, yeah, I don't know. We don't know. I know, Ty, that's messed up, right? It's messed up. It really is. You visited family in Central America. It was a culture shock. Costa Rica is supposed to be very beautiful, and a lot of people vacation there, and a lot of people build homes there. Hi, little lady. Hi, little lady. How are you? Yeah, tomorrow night we're having a bake and craft and a chat night. And I'm going to be baking whoopie pies for the first time. And other people are going to be crafting, and I'll probably be crafting in between the whoopie pie making, but don't miss it. So let's go on to now, we're going to go to the North Carolina Green Beret, right? Clinton Bunnell, because there's been new information that has been released. And he's been missing since January 27th. Let me just get this here. Search warrants were just released. Get over there, you little brat. Get over there, bratty picture. Not the person, the screen. I'm yelling at the screen, not the person. Okay. He was home. He told his wife about the divorce and was going to bed. That's the text that that his girlfriend got. On January 31st, a search was conducted. One bag was located in the residence, damaged by a projectile, suggesting he may have been harmed. And his laptop had been damaged as well. So it's, let me see, February, March, yeah, it's 2 months now that retired Green Beret Clint Bunnell in Cumberland County has been missing. And the search warrants were released, and they reveal that Fit for Life on Owen Drive in Fayetteville, North Carolina, was the last place that Bunnell's wife saw him on January 27th. She told the Cumberland County investigators that they left in separate cars and that he was going to go to Methodist University to study for a test. He was a student there. Now, Bunnell's girlfriend, who works near the gym, I believe it's a yoga place, told the deputies that he went to an attorney that day to discuss filing for a divorce. He then went to the girlfriend's workplace. He discussed that conversation that he had with her. And then he said he was going to go to Methodist University to study. And he texted the girlfriend that night when he got home. According to her, he said he told his wife about the divorce and he was going to bed. On January 28th, he missed classes, couldn't be reached, and both Methodist University and his girlfriend requested well-being checks on him. Deputies went to Bunnell's home on January 29th, and when they were at the home, they found his car, they found his wallet, his keys, and they couldn't find his cell phone, though. Deputies say his wife didn't want to file a missing persons report at the time. An incident report listing Bunnell as missing was completed by his girlfriend. Now, the phone records show that Bunnell's phone showed continuous location at his residence until January 28th at 8:15 a.m. So that would prove the wife wrong, because he was home on the night of the 27th, and it showed everything until the 8:15 early that morning. Then the data for the phone stopped, and it didn't come back again till 2 days later on January 30th. And the court records suggest the unavailability of the phone is likely due to the phone being having power off, or, the battery died. On January 31st, Cumberland County investigators went to the Bunnell home to conduct a search, and they found his book bag and his laptop. Now, his book bag and his laptop both had projectile damage, which suggests that Bunnell might have been harmed. The Cumberland County investigators met with Virginia State Police on February 1st to execute a search warrant on Bunnell's wife and her pickup truck in Troy, Virginia. Deputies seized the wife's cell phone, and she admitted at this point that, yes, she had a confrontation with Bunnell over a note from his girlfriend. Several weeks later, a Cumberland County man discovered a body with no legs or arms in a pond behind his home. It was just 3 miles from the Bunnell's home. Those remains have not been identified. I don't know why. Maybe they're saying that. I don't know. The next day, deputies searched Bunnell's nearly 15 acres of property, and they seized several items, including a pistol. So that's where we stand on this now. It doesn't look good for Clinton Bunnell. Is that his torso that's in that pond? Is his wife capable of that dismemberment like that? We haven't heard if there's been luminol or whatever, but they keep a lot of that under wraps right now. So, yeah. We'll see what happens. We'll keep following it. But right now, it's probably looking like she's at least a person of interest there, right? Okay. Now we're going to go to the doctor in Maui. This is a crazy, crazy, crazy case. All right. Ariel Koning is the wife's name. Okay. Let me get my picture here. All right. So here's the couple. Now, ironically, they say that he flipped because she didn't want to take a picture with him. I don't believe any of that. Why did he have syringes with him? Why would anybody flip out to that extent because your wife doesn't want to take a picture with you? It's beyond bizarre. Beyond bizarre. Beyond. Okay. Maui doctor accused of attacking his wife, and I told you how he did it. He tried to push her push her off a Pali trail. He made his first court appearance today, Thursday. It happened Monday at the Pali Puka Trail off of Pali Lookout. Gerard Koning's wife refused to take a picture with him. He tried to poke her with 2 syringes. Apparently he was punching her. He hit her in the head and face with a rock. Yeah. He is an anesthesiologist. I said he was originally from Pennsylvania, but he was practicing in Maui. He made his first appearance in a Honolulu court. He has a high-profile defense attorney, Thomas Otaki. Otaki. I think it's Otaki. Police say that he attacked his wife off of the trail. He hit her with a rock. He tried to push her off the trail. And after an hours-long manhunt, sources say police found him hiding in the bushes. His wife is 36. He is 46. His wife is hospitalized in serious condition. Newly released court documents say the struggle started when Ariel Koning refused to take a selfie near the edge. Okay. Even so, that is a tremendous reaction. So he may have been so upset because he had planned to throw her off the edge. She won't go near the edge. That's a little, more. And sure, it's just not because she didn't take a picture. He struck her, listen to this, with a rock 10 times on the head. He grabbed her hair and he smashed her face into the ground. When another hiker arrived at the trail, so this is what I've been waiting to hear, Ariel told her, he's trying to kill me. He's hitting me in the head with a rock. I don't even know how he hit her 10 times and she was still able to do that. Thank God. Right? She also told police that he tried to inject her with an unknown liquid. The Pali Puka Trail is closed to the public, but it is very popular with adventure seekers and known for its jagged and steep cliffs. Sometimes the trail is shrouded in mist. Now, the Koning's housekeeper, Christina Ferguson, said, and I quote, she never saw this coming. Never in the million years would I think this would happen. She's the housekeeper and friend. She said she saw the family last week and there was no signs of trouble, and she described Dr. Koning as quiet and respectful. And I quote, she said, always saw him loving with the kids and with her, and he seemed very family-oriented. There is a GoFundMe set up for Ariel Koning. In which it says she, Ariel, is a special person. She didn't deserve this. Nobody deserves something like this. Now, a friend of Ariel's, Gina Periolo from Pittsburgh, said, I saw pictures and I was like, you look amazing and happy, and everybody looks wonderful. I'm just so sad that this has happened. Dr. Koning's preliminary hearing is on March 31st, and a judge set his bail at $5 million. And of course, he was released from his duties at the hospital. Let's see here. Trying to go on to. I'll show you. Shush up. Okay. So, and then he previously worked, like I said. Oh my gosh, get out of here. What did you just do to me here? Just lost my thing, but I want to show you his Facebook. He previously worked in Pittsburgh. I'm just trying to see if there's anything. Okay, let me go to his thing here. Okay, so I'm going to put this here. This is a public page. Here's best day ever, and this was their wedding day, and this is all from the wedding. Here they are with the cake. Another photo. This is him. He says that what an amazing night with his son. Another photo. He looks very different there, doesn't he? Looks much thinner. 2016. 2 years earlier. He looks very angry here. He's got an angry look. You know, I mean, you could say I see a very crazed, sometimes I see people and I call them, they have crazy eyes. Like, we know this guy. He's never done anything like that, but I always tell my kids, if anybody would ever tell me that the guy that I'm talking about would do something like that, I would not be surprised at all. Because it's like Curb Your Enthusiasm. He's got the crazy eyes. Yeah, he's got the crazy eyes. Sorry, he does. He's got like the, he's got a look like, I can see him, like an unhinged look, like, whew. I don't know, he's got some crazy eyes. Especially in this picture, this looks, some crazy eyes there. But anyway, yeah, so, great problem solving skills, right? 10 times in the head with a rock, 2 syringes, what the heck? Oh, you won't take that picture because that was going to be, oh my gosh, she fell, right? And I guess if he thought if he hit her in the head with the rocks, then even if she's found, you know, she's going to, of course, her head's going to have hit the rocks as she fell down over the cliff, right? So, yeah, absolutely. Let's see what the chat is saying. When your husband says, let's go for a hike, don't do it. Hi, Linda Uribe. Yeah, it's scary, right? I like that. Well, let's just say if your marriage is not in good standing, but I don't know. I like to go on hikes. It's just like, yeah, but it's a scary thing now, right? Because people think, oh, well, that's a great place. That's a good thing to do. You see what I mean, the crazy eyes there? Yeah, sometimes you can just see the crazy eyes. It's thank God she survived, little lady. I don't know how that woman survived that, you know, just that other person came by at the right time, because that's what, they didn't say that for a long time, and I was like, how would he not, like, you just think like somebody that would have done that and he would have just made sure she went over that cliff, but yeah, that's scary stuff. It's a miracle. It's a miracle she's alive. Prime Objective says, Linda Uribe, it's like the one guy who had both his wives accidentally die on him. The first truck crushed and the second fell off a cliff. Crazy, says High 61. Elle says, I'm going to be right back. You said it was either another woman or insurance or both, little lady? Yeah, let me see. I'm just going to see if there's any other... let me see if there's any... Okay, so here's some more information. It says that Koenig was seen smiling in the 2018 Facebook photo, right, of his new bride. Best day ever, the one I just showed you, right? 6.5 years later, he's being charged with trying to kill his wife. The Honolulu police say Koenig struck his wife multiple times with a rock and then tried to push her off the steep hiking trail that could have been a 300-foot fall. Prosecutors in Hawaii filed attempted murder charges against the 46-year-old doctor on Monday in the Monday morning attack on his wife. Thursday they did this. She was a nuclear scientist, 10 years his junior. She studied at Penn State University. He has a $5 million bond. Now, let's see. Family members of the victim, several who live in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Some of them spoke, some of them didn't want to speak. Ariel's cousin, Jackie Orcutt, said everyone is looking for privacy. It's a little bit of an overwhelming situation. The attack started about 10:30 a.m. on Monday after Koenig's wife refused to take a picture with him on the scenic Oahu Trail. So he was probably trying to get her very close to that cliff, right? And she probably resisted. Maybe he was acting like nutty, right? Or, and maybe he did flip because like, hey, this is my plan. You can't do this. You know, what the heck is going on? No. Like, I don't know. Just sounds nuts. He tried to prick her with syringes. There's been few details that have been released. The Maui hospital where Koenig has suspended the doctor. Honolulu police and prosecutors have said little. No reports or records are being released at this time, said the police spokesperson. This is an active investigation and no interviews will be conducted. What is clear is what he left behind in Pittsburgh. He has a first wife and 2 children, as well as a divorce settlement, a lawsuit, and breadcrumb trails of his medical career. So here we're going to get some background on him, okay? Koenig previously was married, and he was raising 2 children in Mount Lebanon, Pennsylvania, before he left for Maui less than 2 years ago. And that's according to Allegheny County Court records. Jessica L. Patella, now Jessica Koenig. Oh, excuse me, I am so sorry. Then Jessica Koenig filed for divorce. That was his first wife, Jessica L. Patella. She filed for divorce from him in October of 2014. And a judge granted Patella custody of the couple's 2 children who are now 19 and 22. The couple lived in a 6-bedroom, 5-bathroom house on Mount Lebanon's leafy Roycroft Avenue. And Koenig sold the 4,300 square foot house and property for $1.3 million in November of 2022, according to the Allegheny County real estate records. Koenig that year was on track to earn more than $255,000 at UPMC. As part of the breakup, Koenig kept the home in Mount Lebanon while he and Patella split the bank accounts, the vehicles, and the credit cards. Koenig, who went to college in San Diego, he worked at UPMC as a staff anesthesiologist from July of 2016 to March of 2023. That's according to LinkedIn. He received his medical degree from the University of Pittsburgh, where he also served as an assistant professor at the medical school. He is the author of 4 academic papers. 2021 is the most recent one. UPMC declined to confirm details of his employment, saying he has not been an employee of UPMC for more than 2 years. Let's see. He was active in the courts beyond the legal wrangling of the marriage end. He sued a Carnegie-based contractor over problematic window installation in 2019 at his Mount Lebanon home, and he sought a $1.2 million settlement. The company Nello Construction claimed Koning was trying to cripple it. That September, Nello workers asked Koning to help put in a window on the second floor, according to the lawsuit. While Koning was guiding the window from the bucket of a cherry picker, the bucket jolted, and it pinned Koning's head against the house, causing injury. The lawsuit claims that there was a tear to Koning's ear that required 20 stitches, and he claimed he also suffered head trauma and a concussion. They settled out of court. Ariel Koning, originally Ariel Worthington, she studied nuclear engineering at Penn State University from 2007 to 2011. She received a Master's of Business Administration in 2021 from University of Pittsburgh's Katz Graduate School of Business. They were married in September of 2018. They were married in Pennsylvania, Allegheny County. And for more than 11 years, Ariel Koning worked at Westinghouse Electric Company in fuel engineering most recently. In September of 2022, she took a job with Terra Power LLC, which is a Bellevue, Washington company working on nuclear fuels. They moved to Hawaii in 2023. Gerard Koning had worked for the anesthesia medical group at the Maui Memorial Medical Center. His staff privileges have been suspended. And they said Maui Health takes these concerns and the safety of its patients very seriously and will cooperate with authorities as appropriate. So that's a little more information about them. Right? Right. You're listening? Okay. Hi, little lady. Let's see. Poor woman. Life insurance, you're thinking. Yeah. Very, very sad, right? Crazy. Like, why? It's just like, you know why? He's probably saying, it's not that it's logical. It's crazy, but he's probably thinking, look, I got divorced from one. I'm paying on that one probably still. But his kids being 19 and 22, he doesn't like by law have to support the 22-year-old, but the 19-year-old, he should, I don't know, if it's like New York, he should have to do that until they're 21, it's, I believe what it is. And but maybe, who knows what it is there in Pennsylvania. But now they have 2 children, right? Did they say they have 2 children with her? Thinking he'd have those kids and then he wouldn't have another alimony to pay or anything else, right? Who knows? Maybe he's got a new girlfriend at the hospital or something. Who knows? Who absolutely knows, right? It's just crazy. Just a crazy world. We just think we're going to kill people. Just kill them, right? Yeah, just kill them. And he probably thought he had a foolproof plan. This is a dangerous place. We'll take a look at that, where they were. Let me pull that up. But they think it's, we'll go but take a selfie and then oh my gosh, I can't believe it, right? She fell. And so I guess maybe had she got to the edge of that cliff, now he would have pushed her, but then when she didn't want to take it, that's when he flipped out because she was foiling his plan. But why did he have the syringes? He already had something in place there. And when he started hitting her with the rock, was that just rage that the plan didn't work and now he's going to have to subdue her and then throw her down there? I don't know. It's just, yeah, crazy, right? Absolutely crazy. Okay, so let me go to where we are finding out. She's just darn lucky to be alive, you know? Wow, that's just amazing that she survived that. Absolutely amazing. Just trying to get a picture of the place. I'm shutting down some windows here that I don't need. Okay, this is what I want to see. Okay, so let's go to, here's his mugshot. Well, let me look at, you know what I want to see? Hold on, I also want to see something very quickly. Quickly. Where's my... Okay. All right. Let me go on that. I want to get some pictures of that. Okay. Let's look over here. Palapuka. Let's see. Let's look at this, okay? The Palapuka Trail is a short but steep and challenging hike that can be compared to the neighboring Palinachis Trail. Now, this person here giving this review said they do not recommend the Palapuka hike to all people because of the high level of exposure and danger that the trail poses. It's considerably more dangerous than the Palinachis hike up to the first notch. Let's see if we got some. Okay, so here's let me see if I can get some pictures here. And they say be careful. It looks pretty treacherous. All right, let me go on the, see if I can bring something over here that I can show you a little bit more. Okay, here's something. Okay, I'm going to pull this over. Got a map here. Okay, so we can look at some, look at that. Okay, so there's, it says warning. Okay, warning. The path has vertical drop-offs and narrow paths, loose dirt and rocks with a marginally steep climb. Please remember, this is not a state-sanctioned trail. You are responsible for your own safety, and nobody is to be blamed for your actions. On my way here, I passed this place because it drizzled, and then I turned around and came back to it. I'm not going to say much about this path. Notice I don't call this a trail. Anyway, I wasn't so worried about the plunge that took the lives of many Hawaiian warriors during the Battle of Nuanupali, but the dirt here, you have the multitude of short and marginally, steep sections with dirt and rubble that feels a lot like concrete premix. The powdery feeling makes it hard to retain your grip on surfaces. Most of the path is very loose. If it had rained heavily today, I can only imagine being stranded. Today turned out all right. Okay, so this is a person writing about this. Not so good there, right? Not so good. Huh. Craziness. See what anybody else says about it. Okay, here's another. Let's see. Someone says on here, be prepared for slippery slopes and using ropes to get up steep areas. The trail is a little unclear at this point, but just walk uphill. They said the entrance is technically blocked by the sign. This isn't a stroll or just a long hike. It's difficult due to the potential weather conditions and the steep climb. There are ropes in portions, and if that's not your thing, I don't recommend it. It is not for kids or elderly, in my opinion. You have to be relatively fit with decent knees. Don't wear flip-flops. Bring water. Take your time and focus, otherwise you can easily fall to your death or twist an ankle. That all being said, I was able to make it to the Polypuka Point as a relatively fit 4-month pregnant individual, LOL. Maybe it wasn't the wisest decision, but worth the views, LOL. Be very cautious if you're planning on doing this hike and check the weather conditions. The mud makes it easy to slip. Check wind conditions, as there are some life-threatening falls along the way. Bring proper shoes. I recommend pants, not shorts, just for potential bugs and brushes. Wow, this hike has killed locals in the past. Google it. They show random cats in the lookout area. It's so, yeah, why do you want to, Okay. Let's see what someone else says. Someone said this is a beautiful hike. I would say it's a medium to hard climb. I would not recommend children. I would also not recommend going on a rainy day. The scenery is breathtaking. There were a few areas that we stayed in the woods instead of on the ledge for obvious reasons. Remember, there are other hikers on the trail. Some areas are thin walkways, so be courteous. Allow people to pass you while you stand on the side and vice versa, and take a look at the lookout spot before the hike. It's a great view. Okay. So somebody has a baby on this thing. Unbelievable. Like a little toddler. Someone said if you're afraid of heights, don't even bother. Just stay behind and hang out with the chickens. Definitely one of the most scary hikes I have ever partially done. I'm afraid of heights, but sometimes I manage to face my fears, except today. You're literally at the edge of the cliff mountain. You have to be extremely careful and take your most precious time. There are ropes for you that helps you up. And we passed the ropes. We climbed a little farther, but the height was too high. And my boyfriend and I couldn't build the courage to the lookout and headed our way back down on a good note. Beautiful view, and I'm sure it's definitely worth it if you finish it. Okay, so this person said, be extra careful if the trail is muddy. I advise beginning hikers not to try it if it's muddy. Follow the ridge till its end, and you'll have to walk a few steps down below you and see that you were above the puka, which is at the end of the ridge. I took an alternative route to get to the puka, and it was slippery. Of course I slipped, because that's what slippery things do to you. I fell 50 feet down the opposite side of the ridge of the mountain and got super muddy. Thank God I sort of landed on a tree branch before falling further into God knows what. Despite my accident, I'd still do it again. The hike, not the fall. The hike reveals a breathtaking view. Okay. This is definitely a hike to experience. Don't hike alone. Okay. So imagine he's hitting her 10 times the rock. They're struggling. It's surprised he wasn't scared of falling down with her. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, there's a lady that I think she brought a baby, a newborn baby. Okay, so someone here, let's see if we've got something else. Let's just see. So many people have died there, huh? Let's look at deaths. Remember that 2020 or something where the guy pushed his wife off a trail? Wonder if it was, I forget where that is. Okay, in 2015, a hiker, 27 years old, slips and falls 500 feet to her death. Then Oahu visitor survives a 1,000-foot fall. That was a bit foolhardy. But that was at the Polynoches Trail, the guy that said that was better, right? Yep. Navy identifies a hiker who fell. That was also in Polynoches. Is this something? Okay, let's see. Tourist dies after a 250-foot fall from a cliff on treacherous. That was in 2022. So yeah, definitely a scary thing. Now, I wonder if they normally went on hikes. Is this something they normally did? You know, where is that on there? Wasn't there a lady who pushed her husband off the cliff? I don't know. There's been a lot of people that have tried to do that. That's why, like Linda Uribe was saying, hi, you know, you got to be careful who you go hiking with, you know. Make sure your relationship is pretty good and stable, and your partner that you're going with is pretty stable, right? Prime objective is, says, beware that when fighting monsters, you yourself do not become a monster. Oh, yes. For when you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you. Right, absolutely. Absolutely. Hi, Shay. How are you? How's it going? Little lady, true what mommy says about the eyes. Pre-medication. Yeah, he was an anesthesiologist. He could get a lot of medication right at his fingertips, right? You bet she had no idea that it was a potentially dangerous path. Crazy, 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 right? Let's see. It's an early night, isn't it? Isn't it? It's early. You know what I'm going to do? Okay, I'll take a poll. Let me take a poll. Start a poll. Okay, there you go. Do 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 do. Let me know if you want to do that, because it's a little bit early. While you are doing that, I'm going to give you the time until I do the daily puzzle, and then I'll read the results. And don't worry, it's just me and random. There's no other people on the panel interrupting like last night. So stay with let me know what you want. So I'm almost done. Yeah, trust is a word, but I don't know why it's not there. Yeah, I know what a truss is. I tried that. It does. I don't know why it's not there. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy, I tell you. It's just crazy. Truss is also like trusses, like beams, right? Truss is not working. Isn't that crazy? I'm telling you, it's rigged, Slam. I think we have to write in about it. It's wrong. How could that be? You can't do this to us. Oust? We don't have an O. Let's see. You're playing it too? Oh, I see. Suit. Suits and suits. Yay. Okay, got it. And you got it too at the same time, Elle. All right, so now I'm going to go see what your answer is. You want to see random guy, Jeff? Okay, let me cue that up. I have it over here. Random guy Jeff's marriage is right over here. Okay. Email texted me earlier. I fell asleep while replying. I was also halfway through writing Casbot an email. You fell asleep and now you're on here? There's also the story when the cat went in the wall and he had the wall cut open in the hotel. Body duct tape, a handsaw, some rope. Yep. Update. Hi, random guy Jeff.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I just knew it was kind of dead tonight, so I just wanted to share something with you that I thought was really unusual. I'm always studying or researching things, and I came across something I didn't know if you ever heard of it. You might have heard of that. I think it's a higher end rare mental disease where people like believe that they should be blind or believe that they should have missed a leg or something, and so therefore they'll like blind themselves or cut their leg off to become that way. Have you heard of that?
I have never heard of that. Oh my gosh, really?
They've had them on Dr. Phil before. Some chick, she wanted to be blind. She actually walked with a cane, had the glasses, and faked the whole blind community for years. And I mean, believed that she took donations, I believe too. But she ended up being diagnosed with something, and she ended up putting Drano in her eyes and blinding herself. She's happy as a peach now. She's like, oh yeah, I don't have any regrets doing that to myself. It's kind of a dysphoria, just like people have, I guess maybe, I'm not trying to get political, but like transgenders or something like that, when people just have a belief in their head so strongly that their body doesn't match their belief. You know, if somebody gets their leg amputated or something, that person a lot of times have what they refer to in layman's terms as like phantom pain.
How can they get? I understand she could throw Drano in her eyes and become blind, but how do the ones get their? I mean, what doctor takes their leg off if it doesn't need to come off?
That's just it. They're so, to me, insane. They cut their own limb off. They
oh my gosh!
I mean, not, you know, no illegal drugs or whatever. They just want something so badly that they'll maim and maul themselves to become what they see. And none of them have had any regrets doing this. I forget what it's called, but I do know it starts with a P. And anyway, but I was researching into that the other day just because my mind clicked so weird. You probably remember what life was like before Google. Okay.
Yeah,
so
before Google. Yeah, encyclopedias. Oh, yeah. You had encyclopedia set.
People like me were miserable. Okay.
Yeah.
We couldn't. We were like making 2 a.m. calls to a family member out in another state. Hey, has Gilligan died? I don't remember. Did the guy from Gilligan die yet? But now it's like right to the tip of our fingers.
Right.
So this got me to thinking, and then I came across this case that was most unusual to me that was kind of related. I wasn't into the scene at all, but like the death metal became black metal as far as the music goes. And this is like over in Norway. This is in the late 80s. Some guy, the band's name became Mayhem, was the name of the band. But he had a near-death experience when he was like 10 years old. He was bullied, moved to a new school. And I mean, a lot of times people say bully just out of nowhere. But this kid was actually bullied so bad and beat so badly that his spleen ruptured by these kids. And so I guess he had a near-death experience, was clinically dead for some time. As soon as he came back around, he still believed that he was supposed to be dead. And so this rare mental illness again kicks in, and this guy ends up believing that he should sleep with dead birds under the pillow because he wanted the smell of that morbid death mimosa. Okay, this guy was really twisted, but he developed a penchant, I guess, for the music scene and became a black metal. I don't know if he was the guitarist or what. I've just started this the other day, and his name became Dead, is what he wanted to go by. Well, him and this guy that was in the band named Erasmus got really angry, and they got into it one night over something, and he ended up killing him. Well, they're not sure if his friend actually killed the guy named Dead or not, because there was a suicide note left, and it said, "Hey, sorry, excuse all the mess. I've really been dead for 17 years. The blood's actually stopped cold in my veins. I don't even know how I was still breathing." But the guy that was his so-called friend who discovered the body at the apartment, he had slashed his wrists, cut his own throat, and that didn't work. So he was finished off with a shotgun. Well, they must have really crappy forensics over there in Norway. I don't know. But somehow the guy that's just a friend that discovered him was able to take pictures and rearrange the body and totally mess with this whole scene as to what really happened that night. And so it was like hours later, after he bought a camera, goes, because this is like in the late 80s, he buys a disposable camera, takes a bunch of pictures posing his friend's dead body. He ends up putting the dead body on the next album cover on a bootleg. And this is like really twisted, because the guy ended up with what they said was the maximum sentence, which was 30 years in Norway. He was out in like 15 years. He was also proven to be responsible for some of those terroristic church burnings. Now, does that ring a bell for you or your audience? Do you remember there was like 11th century church buildings that were destroyed over there? And that was due to this black metal scene.
Oh, really? Yeah. Wow. I think I might have heard some of it. Sounds familiar, and some people said they've heard of it.
I mean, I know it's a really macabre topic, but that's the kind of.
And what made you just decide to start researching this? What, last night?
Yeah, because my brain doesn't shut up like ever, and I will have the weirdest stuff when I'm laying there trying to go to sleep. Finally, it'll be like, "Oh, do you remember those people that want to cut their limbs off? What was that about?" Yeah,
let me go Google that. I'm going to go Google that right now.
Exactly. Google is more than your friend, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, all these people now, talking about the so-called insanity defense and is someone insane? I mean, it's such a subjective call to me, because who can really say? And I posted it there in the chat earlier this evening. I don't know if anyone caught it, but I have heard that insanity itself might be a recessed gene that a lot of us have, but it never manifests. It's dormant. I mean, because when you think about it, these people like Watts, these people like, Timothy, all these bad people, that have done these atrocious crimes, they are still people, even though people say, "Oh, I'm not even human." But I think that's kind of the fascination that I have always had with true crime myself, is I can't get myself into the mindset that these people allow themselves go in, but yet I fear humanity, because who's to say that we all don't have the potential? Do you understand what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to sound like I'm sick and twisted or anything, but it is a true fascination of mine what goes on in someone's head that does it. There's people that commit suicide, and we sit there and we wonder, well, man, what was going through their head? If only I had known. If only. But really, if you would have known, could you have stopped them from such an act? Who knows? Who knows what gets in someone's mind? And that is what keeps me captivated, I think, with all this stuff.
I was going to say something. You said something, and I was going to say something. Oh, when you said you don't know if they're insane, right? I'm thinking that, what would be fun to do? I don't know if it's too late for this trial, but what if we had a mock jury? Like, certain people, we don't know if everybody's going to be in the chat, but if we picked, I don't know, 20 of us, and like with Frazee coming up, right? And put us on the jury, the fake jury, just to see if we would come with the same verdict?
I think that our answers might be a little bit more diverse even than the 12. I think that would be a really interesting idea.
Right? Because like this one, I wonder how many people, think that Tim's insane, or that the prosecution has not proved that, with that beyond a reasonable doubt that he's not. So that would be fun to do.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. You can hear me?
Okay. I think that would be a great idea, because I have always been curious to know what would happen, not just the jury of her 12 selected peers, but America, We're talking how it used to be in the old days, Justice, street justice. I mean, it seems to be that everybody thinks, oh, yeah, they're guilty. Casey Anthony, how guilty? What's she doing now? Who are these 12 people? I've never personally heard anyone just out here that says, oh, I think they did the right thing, actually. I mean, whether they were just trying to prove, I understand the preponderance of the evidence must be proven by prosecution in order to, for them to lock in on their decisions. But, I think that's the trouble I would personally have if I was on a jury like that, because really nobody can prove any. I mean, it would have to be a case for me to convict guilt on somebody that had all kinds of physical evidence. These trials that are going without a body and just a little bit of circumstantial evidence, I mean, how can people have that on their shoulders,
Right, but the hardest part, I think, for me would be if you're on the jury and you have someone like the kind of person that believes the stuff we're talking about. Slim RN, Timothy Jones, do you remember the prosecutor? If you have not seen that, the prosecutor in that case was stellar. And he did the most amazing job that brought anyone to tears in showing the lives of those 5 children that were killed, the potential that was snuffed out. But the way that he did it, I have never seen it done in any courtroom. He was absolutely amazing. Amazing. And the father had killed the kids. He drove around with them in a van for days. And it was a death penalty case. He was claiming insanity. They didn't buy that, and he was sentenced to death. South Carolina case. Before that gets put on videos, and then, because this has happened, they have one person that's saying bizarre things, right? And then you're like, oh my gosh, like, Susan, you can't see, I think that would drive me insane. If everybody was unanimous, and then you have this one person going off with this like crazy, insane theory, and that's just because I did.
I mean, who's to know the true sanity of the jurors on any case?
Right, absolutely. And they've had ones that, right? Wasn't it? Who was it? Was it Jody? Which one did they found out they were losing the jurors? Was that Jody Arias? They were losing them like crazy? Because the one with the pink hair, who was they'll remember. The one had the pink hair, and she was a victim of domestic violence or something, and they found out she was on the jury. Strawberry Shortcake or something was her name. What, was that Jody Arias? They'll remember. They remember everything.
Casey Anthony.
Was it Casey Anthony? Scott Peterson? Oh,
this is Scott Peterson.
Oh.
Yeah, they had a lot of problems there. They had that Strawberry Shortcake. She got disqualified for something, and
I mean, that's why I think that it should just be. I mean, don't you think the odds would be just as well if it was truly just a random pool? I mean, forget interviewing. Just, hey, you're an American, you're a citizen, your name's in the pot. Let's go.
Right. I just think it's that whole point that they think the jury's sequestered, right? They're not talking about this with anybody. But how realistic is that in this day and age of information, that they're not hearing anything?
Exactly. Even Chris Watts is hearing information from media.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I mean, they have
especially
smartphones.
Especially the people that is going to be responsible for discussing the case, yeah, they're talking.
Yeah, and they don't take their smartphone away, right? They don't take it away from them.
I don't think so. I've never been on one, but I don't believe they do.
So
I
they
mean,
go in
and
the bathroom. Yeah, they're not. I believe they're not going pulling stuff up on Google.
come on, Carolyn. Can you honestly tell me that your researching mind would not hop in on there while you're in the John?
I just want to see if I've got the. I'm not going to change my mind. I just want to just take a look at what the consensus is. Yeah.
Right, right. Research all you can before you make a decision.
It's so silly to think. Oh my gosh. You personally think the jury will give an insanity verdict, Honey Hush? And why do you think that, Honey Hush? Diane, crazy, right? You can't bring a phone.
I would like to know if some people think that they would vote that he was indeed insane at the time, because it's so insane for most people to think of that happening.
Yeah, I mean, but there's so many things to me that he's thinking kind of rationally, the lists and everything. But the biggest thing for me is that he could avoid the voices he wanted to. You know, I really think like he was too squeamish to cut the leg off so that he was able to avoid that voice. So if it suited him, he could avoid it. Sharon says you can't bring a phone into a courthouse. But Sharon, what about when they're back at the hotel and out to lunch and they can call their family? I'm just curious if they take their smartphone away. And then even if they took their smartphone away, they can't get an iPad in there. How would they know what they have?
Mm-hmm. And is it the case that jurors, after they become, juror number, whatever, that their names are always released, or not always?
I don't know. Sometimes they keep them hidden, and then I think it's their choice if they want to go forward, or I'm not sure. But then that other trial, that McNabb one, they showed them walking out of the courtroom on the last day.
Yes, but you didn't know to associate which juror was voted which way yet, did you? Yeah.
No, I didn't know, but yeah, it still showed. Yeah, I think if they're sequestered, they have more rules. Yeah. Now these jurors are not sequestered.
The Casey Anthony jurors got interviews and stuff afterwards with the ones that decided to do it.
Right. Are these jurors sequestered, or they can go? Aren't they sequestered?
I don't know.
Oh, because somebody said they're not.
Where's Big Clue Girl?
I don't know. I think it's all dependent on the case, though. Connect with local ramblers. Oh, okay. Who knows about these guys? Well, he's always telling them, like, when they go to lunch, they're not sequestered. Okay. So, come on.
He says, though, I've heard the judge tell him, don't discuss the case.
He has to. Yeah, but that's like he has to tell them that, like,
Mm-hmm. Don't forget, too, that it wasn't, just around 100 years ago, 115 years ago, when counties stopped executing people. I mean, it used to be a full-on picnic, carnival, charade. People would go and watch. Last year, I went down to I'm in Missouri, and I went down to what's called Cooper County, Missouri, Hanging Barn.
Hanging barn?
It was the hanging barn. And it was just as you expect. And the noose is always tied, I believe, in 13 knots, and there has to be so many steps up the gallows. Well, they had always hung people in this barn. And there was a big courtyard outside, and I guess spectators, they'd bring their kids down on the weekend. Ooh, there's going to be a hanging at the old Cooper barn. Yeehaw. And they would all gather around there, and it would be a big festive occasion until, the sheriff dropped the noose. But there in Missouri, at least at the time, decided that they would no more do so-called public hangings. It had to be inside of a building. You can't do it outside anymore. And so what did they do? Well, there's still to this day great big roll-out doors. The walls practically roll off the barn. So they would just unroll the doors so everybody could still see in from all four sides, but technically they were within the law because the noose was inside the barn. So there was a roof over where it was happening.
I I guess that would be like their version of Scared Straight for the kids.
Exactly.
Right?
But from the paintings and the drawings and stuff, I mean, it seems to be more like a whoopee yeehaw occasion. I mean, people
fried chicken and funnel cakes.
Kids. Yeah. They had barbecue grills, fire pits going, waiting all day for the big display.
Right, because they didn't do, everybody, they're all still free, and I guess it's a good lesson, I think, for everyone that you don't want to do anything like that.
Yeah, but isn't it kind of scary to think how far we've come?
Right, yeah, well, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's, just like those old Twilight Zones, too, they would show those hanging scenes and stuff. When everybody was running out because they were going to hang people, they were going to hang someone, yeah.
You know what's funny is I know that you've talked. What's that doll? The one in the Twilight Zone?
Talking Tina.
Okay, that's your favorite. Well, you know what my favorite one was? I don't even know if you remember this one. It was a lady who hated her husband in the daytime, but somehow he turned into a cat, or she could turn him into a cat at night.
Really?
Then,
wait. You know what? That does sound familiar. Yes.
And then she ends up, the last scene, spoiler alert here, she ends up taking the cat to get him neutered. And then you can see the cat's eyes because it's really her husband at the vet going to get neutered. And his eyes are like piercing through her, and that's how it ended. That one was great.
Yeah, no, I remember that one. And the other one, too, the one where they had that camera and it kept taking pictures of what was going to be like 5 minutes in the future.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then they kept seeing people falling out who's out the window? The person was dead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
That's a trip. It's almost like that Butterfly Effect movie where time just keeps going around and around, or people, always reliving the same day over and over. I don't know if you remember that show called True Calling.
No. True Calling?
Well, yeah, it had that Elisha Dushku in it. She was the actress that was on those old Bring It On movies. I mean, some people might know her from there. But anyway, she was a brunette actress, and she played this lady that worked in the morgue. And somehow she had a gift or a curse, whatever it be, where the bodies would come in and they would raise up and be like, help me. And then all of a sudden their life would start rewinding, and she would do whatever she could to try to intervene. In some cases she could save them. In some cases she couldn't. Ultimately it came down to fate, I guess. But it was a very, very interesting show. And I don't like a lot of shows on TV that are not reality, but this one really had and then they brought in, what's his name? The Jason Priestley guy from 90210. They got him in, and he was like her co-antagonist or whatever you call it, and then the series got dropped. But yeah, it was excellent. It was like really cool.
Yeah, Angela Kelly, I know you have the whole Twilight Zone collection because you were expecting an engagement ring, and the person got you that, right?
Awesome.
I would have been, but I guess not if you're expecting an engagement ring. It's not too awesome. But yeah, the other one I like is the one where the telephone line is going out to the husband's grave, and the woman keeps telling the person not to call, don't you ever call here again. And then she finds out it was her husband, and she wants him to call back, and he never will because he always listened to what she said.
Oh. Man, now I'm going to have to look these up. You think they're on YouTube?
I think they're on Netflix.
Oh, okay.
And then there was the one with Robert Redford where he was like the angel of death.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
that was some good TV. I used to have the whole collection of Twilight Zone back when they were on VHS.
Oh,
VHS. That tells you anything. Yeah, and the Alfred Hitchcock.
Alfred Hitchcock, yeah, that was good. Mm-hmm. And there used to be Chiller. Remember Chiller and Creature Feature?
Yeah.
Where the hand came out of the ground. Chiller. Yeah.
Creep Show, is that the one that had the skeleton guy that would talk and narrate?
Creep Show was a movie, right? And they had Ted Danson in it. That was a good movie. But you're thinking of The Crypt Keeper.
Yes. It was kind of like Elvira. Remember those old Elvira movies when they used to play her narrating, saying stupid, sarcastic comments through the terrible horror movies like the killer tomatoes and all that.
Yeah, Crypt Keeper. The only thing that was like scary, because that's the episode would be something more like a modern kind of Twilight Zone, like just weird, like a Black Mirror or something. Like I said, and my daughter, when she was 2 years old, I used to just tell her it was a monkey, and so she would go HBO monkey, and she wasn't scared of it because it was only the 2 seconds that stupid thing was on. And she just wasn't scared of it. So I could watch it because she had no idea. So and then anytime she saw HBO sign, she would go HBO monkey. But
I know you said that you're not much into horror movies, but like, what can you think of? What horror movie or what psychological thriller really freaked you out, like when you were young, and just captivated you forever?
See, I loved horror movies when I was young. The scarier the better, and I couldn't take any. Like, I have my best friend, and she couldn't take horror movies, and she used to think good horror movies were those really stupid ones where everything was like so fake, and I couldn't take those. So every time we went to the video store, because we'd go to the video store then, she would always want these stupid things, and I would say, no, I have to get something that's really scary. The one that freaked me out the most, and I'll tell you, it was the one where they said, get out of the house. The call's coming from inside the house. That freaked the heck out of me. And anytime I thought of that when I was babysitting, or even now, probably to this day, if I was home alone and thought of that, I would be gone in my car driving down the road.
Was that like Deep Throat?
No, it was.
The guy that talked. No.
It was called The Stranger is Watching.
Oh, wow.
And the girl's babysitting, and she's like calling the operator back, and she's like, there's someone calling. Someone keeps calling. And they're like, they call her back and they say, we trace the call. Get out of the house. The call's coming from inside the house. When a stranger calls, yeah. And yeah, that sends chills down my spine because I'm just like, oh my gosh, that would be the worst thing ever. The call's coming from inside the house.
I've noticed that movies that do kind of give me a little scare even now are not necessarily the creature features, like you're talking those DVD movies, but more like the birds, things that might actually be able to really happen. Those freak me out the most.
Right. Now, I think now probably at this time, yeah. I'm trying to think the last time I never liked those Nightmare on Elm Streets. I never liked those. Never liked them. Like Carrie, I liked. What?
Is it because you were afraid to go to sleep that Freddy was?
No, I just didn't. They weren't realistic to me. I guess like I liked Halloween. I watched Halloween. The first one definitely I liked, but some of them are, if they're too weird. And then My Bloody Valentine. That was a really realistic, gory with the coal miners. Yeah. The
one that freaked me out that I see now, probably why it did, I was probably about 10 years old. It was called The Fog, where like this foggy mist,
Oh, yeah, and they're in the supermarket? Is that the one in the supermarket?
I think the reason, I think it creeped me out so bad because of the effects. I mean, you weren't used to seeing things like that. I mean, the only thing I can remember really moving was like the Aunt Jemima bottle on the old syrup commercials. That used to scare the crap out of me.
Yeah.
With the help of Xero's small business accounting software, I've got the right information at my fingertips.
So business is a breeze. And I've got bigger plans. Search Xero with an X.
Indulge in a world of refined luxury.
How's that syrup moving?
That was The Mist, wasn't it called? Was it called The Mist?
No, The Fog.
Okay, but I think there's another one called The Mist. Cece Juliet said it. They're in a supermarket. That is freaky because that again, like you said, that's something like you feel like it could happen. Yeah, if you haven't seen The Mist, if The Fog freaked you out, go watch The Mist if you haven't seen it. It's
I don't know if I can go there, man. It's been 38 years, but I'm not sure.
It's a Stephen.
I can handle creepy mist.
It's a Stephen King. Yeah, it's good. And then I like Stephen King. Some of it, but some of them I don't. Thinner I liked. The other one that was A Good Marriage. that is based on the BTK killer.
No doubt, Dennis Rader.
Right. And so that one was good. That's loosely based on that. And
You were talking the other night when that caller called in about the living in a murder house or whatever it was.
yeah.
She was talking about the Winchester house, and I'd like to add a little bit to that.
Sure.
The Winchester house out in California. You were mentioning Stephen King. Well, his movie called Rose Red, it was like a long series. It was about a house. I don't know if you're familiar with that one, but that one was basically based loosely on the Winchester house. The fact that they would get some blueprints for the house, and architects were never actually able to document. I believe it's like 88 rooms that's in the real Winchester house now. They've never been able to actually figure how the rooms go from here to here to here. And so, even though she was telling you about that, the Hollywood version of the movie, there are actually some really good real documentaries that would maybe be more up your alley as far as watching. It's not all paranormal, but I have a degree in like architecture. I have an architectural background. And it was very fascinating to me. I mean, how they would just have doors that dropped off the kitchen into nowhere. I mean, weird twists and turns. And supposedly, the reason why the widow Winchester kept having to always have construction on the house is because that was part of the curse for her husband being responsible for the Winchester guns. They would get revenge on her if she didn't keep building, and just like this cast just hung like an albatross around this lady's neck until she was in real life, really old and passed away. That was the curse that she had to always have construction going on this house.
Wow. I'd like to see that because I never heard of that one. But I thought it would be fun too if we did a project on the different houses. We had said it before, like and somebody takes it and somebody researches it a lot, puts it together, maybe on a PowerPoint with pictures, and do one of those a week, a different house like that. That would be fun.
Yeah, I really like that idea too that you suggested, or someone the other night about, how you have the Rambler groups. Which, by the way, nobody from Missouri and Kansas, I guess, has volunteered, so I might have to go out by myself soon. But I was thinking too, since you can't cover all the cases, that would be a great idea to have people like just be assigned, a particular case,
right? And
just get on the research, and then get on the phone, when they're ready to present it, and
right,
talk and communicate through email or whatever.
Yeah,
and
I think
I definitely have some ideas.
Yeah, I think it would be good too, and they would allow more interaction and panel discussion. And you learn more things. I learned more things because, I didn't know about the Winchester house, and so I mean, even if we did like that once a week, but let me see, it was like Groundhog Day. You can go to the Winchester house for tours.
Yeah, you can, and you can also go to ghost tours and see it at night. Last year, we went to the old Missouri State Penitentiary that's called The Walls, and actually this tornado that we had through here this week knocked out like a whole block long of this wall. But it's 47 acres, and we went with what's called a ghost tour group, whatever. But they locked us themselves. It was the middle of the night. We spent the night in there, and we went to the death chamber. That was the finale of the whole thing. So here it is, the real witching hour, 3 o'clock in the morning. And we're hoofing from the jail outdoors down all these steps. And just like I told you about the steps up to the gallows, they had to have 13 steps also that went down, and they were like really big wide steps because it was probably almost a half a mile from the prison down to the death house. And I never dreamed what this thing would look like, but really it was no more than about, at most, a double-car garage. The entire building was just like a 2-car garage, if that big, little square building. And what really got me and freaked me out is everybody's really quiet, It's why, oh no, we're going to the death house. This is just like the people. Is as you're getting ready to walk on the last step, there is a big stone cross that's made into the last thing that you see before you walk in. And I thought that's really cool. And then Missouri had a double-seater because they had a couple. God, don't ask me their names right now. But there was a man and woman couple that was responsible for kidnapping some kid that was like a rich kid, you know. The guy owned like a Cadillac store. And anyway, the couple, the man and wife, were both being executed at the same time. And so Missouri had built a 2-seating gas chamber. And so we got to sit in the gas chambers, put the thing over our head. It was really weird.
Ooh, yikes. And you spent the night in a cell?
Yeah, we actually spent the night in the dungeon, which is where they used to, you know, lock people up. No light whatsoever. No light. There's literally like a drain on the floor. 12 people could fit into the concrete room at a time. And they had a PA system that was hooked up, and they were like messing with one of them things that you were talking about, that ghost box.
Oh, yeah.
And they had it coming through guitar amplifiers, all these wails, and it was just freaky. And so some lady said that her leg got grabbed. She's got to leave. So yeah, it was interesting.
Did anybody freak out in there? Did anybody freak out?
Oh yeah, there were people that actually got physically sick, and they warned you. We had to sign waivers for our lives, literally. I still have a copy I could send you. It's really kind of humorous. It says something like, one of the caveats is like, they're not responsible for any paranormal activity that physically touches or hurts you or ravages you while you're there. any ghost that picks your pocket. James Earl Ray was there too. He was one of the famous inmates. And who was it? One of those guys that was it wasn't Joe Frazier. It was before his time. He was a famous boxer that was there. But yeah, I mean, I proudly sent that picture to my mother as soon as I took it. I said, here I am in the death chamber. She's like, where are you? Because I hadn't even told her where we were going. She's like, I'm in the gas chamber.
Oh, that's freaky. Yeah.
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 A lot of fun.
Freaky. And that was Halloween, was it? Or
it was actually last April, Friday the 13th.
Oh, Friday the 13th.
And believe it or not, this was in Jefferson City, Missouri, which also got wiped by a tornado this week. But I just wasn't impressed with the whole town. It's the capital city of Missouri, and it was like a slummy dive to me. And it's like there's really nothing else to see or do here. It's a town of about maybe 55,000 people. And, yeah, it just wasn't very impressive at all.
Oh, yeah.
But there was nothing to do, and since it was April, people were having prom pictures and stuff.
Oh.
And no kidding, we went back the next morning, and that's where everybody goes to take the prom pictures in Jefferson City.
Really?
It's in front of the walls, penitentiary. Yes. They're like, oh, I'm there with my date and my dad. We're like, oh my God, really, people? You can't find a more scenic place in this whole town, like a river or something?
That's crazy. I know my daughter went to see some. I don't know if she went to San Francisco. She's sleeping now, but there was some like old abandoned jail, or somebody probably knows what the heck it is. It must be some big tourist attraction there. But she was sending me pictures of that that they walk through. I don't remember who's near that in San Francisco. It must be some kind of a tourist attraction there, some abandoned jail or something. But
I know the Queen Mary is out there, that old ship they let you tour.
Is it, they're saying it's Alcatraz?
Really?
I don't know.
I didn't know you could
They're
visit
saying it's
Alcatraz.
Alcatraz. Is that what it was? I wish she would be. Alexandra? What did you go to in San Francisco? Was that Alcatraz? She's like in a half coma. She's fallen asleep on the couch. She got ID Discovery playing like crazy. And she's,
Oh,
yeah.
just a tidbit of information, too. From old jails from the 1800s, I mean, we have some, like, living history museums that have some of the real buildings that, you know, have been salvaged and moved and put in place. And so, studying all these older jails and stuff, one of the features that a lot of people don't know is the entryways to all of the cell doors, like the people had to go in, even the, like, whichever big door that they have to go in when they're first, you know, taken into custody, they used to cut them very short. They're like 5 feet tall. And I've always asked, why is that? Oh, and I always assumed most of my life that's because people were smaller back then, who would think it? It's really because it was like to mentally mess with the prisoners' heads, I guess, to make them feel more demeaning and stuff, to have to duck to walk down in. It was a psychological thing. I found that really interesting.
Wow, okay. Well, it does make you, it makes me mad. There was this one place that used to have this really, when you came down the stairs, it was a really low, I don't know how, they didn't think about it. So if you were coming down the stairs, it was this big stairway, and then the door jammed the top, and I'm 5'8". I swear, if you weren't careful, I would smack right into it, and I'd be like, gosh darn it, why is this built for short people? I was like nuts every time we were hitting it. I was so mad.
Your way, huh?
Yeah, I was so mad. So yeah, I could see that would be, they probably kept smacking their head on it or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons too. If somebody did, try to take flight and forget about that, boom.
Yeah. So it's like, good for you. Okay, duck your head down. But that's weird. So let's see what the chat is saying. Casbot and hello, Heart. They're saying it's Alcatraz is the prison in San Francisco. Is no longer used. It makes sense. The Queen Mary is so cool to spend the night on there. The Queen Mary has a haunted boat at Halloween. And see, the Amityville Horror House, I would go in with people. I don't think I'd stay I would never stay the night alone. But
You've been?
Have I been there?
Or driven by?
No, I haven't. I've seen it on TV. I can drive. I mean, it's not that far away. My friend lives very close. I mean, she passed it all the time. But they really did redecorate it. And in the daytime, it's not really that scary.
Yeah, I really can't think of details now, except that I know that I've seen some documentaries years later after the Amityville went down, and some people kind of have debunked the actual story and the haunting and all that junk that went in with it. It's not really a hot spot, I don't think.
Right, they always have like the oil dripping from the walls or something that's like blood, and then the furnace that opens up and it's like saying stuff, the furnace.
Yeah, the whole legend's really commercialized.
Yeah. So,
but hey, I'd like to give a shout out for anybody that is in Missouri that wants to do some cool stuff. And let's ramble around here and get some crime places to go to and hang out. We don't have a lazy dog, but we have a salty iguana.
Do you have a salty iguana?
Yep. Yeah. You have one?
No.
Oh, we have salty iguana here. It's good Mexican food.
We don't have a lazy dog or salty iguana. Is that a chain? Is the salty iguana a chain?
I don't know. It is around here in Missouri and Kansas. But you mentioned Applebee's. We have Applebee's.
Yeah, up here, like, what does he have? Applebee's. You have Old Texas, Texas Roadhouse, Outback, Ruby Tuesdays, TGI Fridays.
Those sound familiar.
Chicago Grill, Pizza Grill, Red Robin.
Yep. Panera,
yeah. We have Paneras, yep.
You know what's good? This is the only thing I've ever had from Panera. I've never gone in there to eat. Mm-hmm. We used to get those sourdough bread balls and come home and cut the middle out and make like stew and put in them. It was good that way.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Somebody said Jose Peppers. Is that a Mexican? Is that?
Yeah. Yep.
I've never heard of that. Amityville is strange because they were all on their stomachs like they didn't wake up from their sleep, Leaping Lizard said. So scary. Wow. What were you going to say? Can you what?
Oh, I was just going to mention that two things that I kind of have a little trove of case notes on that I would like to discuss at future dates. One of them is the case of, I don't know if you remember, but like in your Facebook group, I believe I brought it up that a missing girl that was in France back in the very late 1800s, early 1900s, and how it was kind of really freaky when I heard about that. There's not really a ton of information on it, so it's kind of a struggle, but I would like to get that together in person someday. And also, like the Anastasia story, you know, Tsar Nicholas and his family, how they were murdered in Russia. That story's always fascinated me, especially after Disney came out with a little cartoon and just messed the real story all up. You know, I watched that cartoon with my son, and I'm like, oh, that's not how that happened. Why are you in it? You know, yeah. That's why reality TV is best for me. I can't handle these things.
Yeah. Sheila said, too bad. I think she's too bad you aren't in Oregon, because she would go. I don't know where she. I guess she's gone. The bread bowl is called a boule? A boule? I don't know. Oh, you mean the bread bowls. Oh, okay. I thought you said, you know, I was trying to picture you getting like little donut holes, and I'm like, how are you putting that? You must be eating a very tiny bit of stew in there. Okay.
These are big, like
like a bowl, a bread bowl. Okay.
They're big like a volleyball out there up in there. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Then you put that soup in there and just shovel all 2 pounds of it out or whatever. Yeah. Eat on it a couple times. Good.
Sheila made stew yesterday.
Did you put it in donut holes, Sheila?
Donut holes.
Serve it in little donut holes.
When did the Amityville happen? I think it was in the 70s, right? Yeah, the first time. Then there was Cat Lenny. What other? Because the other murder, every time you think, oh, there's not. Then there was like all these murdered houses but some of them. I wonder. It'd be interesting to see which ones were torn down, because like the BTK, they tore down. Was it his house? Right? It was his house they tore down. But
I'm not sure about Rader. Actually had more than one place. He had his main residence, and he had a rural place, like a farmer on some land or something out further in Kansas, and that's where the barrels were found. So I know he had more than one place, but Bob Berdella was here in Kansas City back in the mid to late 80s, I want to say. And I don't know if you're familiar with him, but his house, some local millionaire guy that struck it rich bought the house up, had all the plans to do what some of the people have discussed wanting to do with the Chris Watts case, which is, you know, have tours and memorabilia and all this stuff. No, you can't do it. And the city forbid him from doing that, and so he ended up having to just bulldoze the house because too many looky-loos were coming. But yeah, he was told, and there was a big fight. He took him to court. He's like, this is my property. I can do with it what I want. You know, even if it's not zoned for business. I think they got him on some kind of technicality like that. No, it's not zoned properly. But one weird thing, too, about Bob Berdella is he operated this place at this swap meet, this mobile swap meet thing, and he named it Bob's Bazaar. Like bizarre weird instead of bizarre.
Right.
Shop.
Yeah.
And here a few years ago, his family decided to reopen it and go down and sell these weird, odd things and still call it Bob's Bazaar. And he was told by, you know, the powers that be, no, you can't do that because that would still be capitalizing off of that murder. You cannot even have it named here, knowing that you're his relatives. And that was a big stink, too.
Yeah.
I guess it's just they cannot profit off the name, off of anything. And as of right now, last I knew, it's still a vacant lot where his house was.
Okay, they would like to know if you're married. They're just asking for a few of the ladies on here.
No, ma'am, I'm not.
No, ma'am.
I was married for 18 years to a girl that I met when we were in grade school on safety patrol together, and we had one son, and that was it.
Safety patrol, that's some story. Wow.
Oh yeah, that's outdating myself, isn't it?
Safety patrol. I think Bobby Brady, wasn't one of the Brady kids was on that, remember? And he took it very seriously. He had a little armband.
I was writing notes to kindergartners just to be a bully, I guess. Hey, the kindergartners are running. Can I spank them? Yeah. I mean, this is back. I actually went to public school, but they had capital punishment back then, man. I could get spanked at school.
Really? Wow. What state was that?
Missouri.
Missouri? Oh, wow.
And that's another thing that's Googled into my mind one night is I looked up, you know, do any schools still allow spanking?
They do. Yes, a lot's in Texas. A lot of it in Texas and in the southern states.
Well, check this out. I would get spanked by the teacher, okay? And it was always not for fighting, but for my mouth that would my sarcastic mouth, okay? I couldn't control it. And I think I've mentioned before in the chat, I really do have Tourette's. That's why I was saying maybe the copper has Tourette's.
Oh.
But anyway, so I would get in trouble. Teacher would paddle you out the hallway, and then if you were bad and still talking, then she could send you to the principal's office, and the principal would whack you again, and then you would get a note home. Well, my mom, being a teacher, would spank me a third time as soon as I would get home. Go figure.
Oh my gosh, crazy! I remember they used to put the announcements on. I remember we had heard that some school was doing. We were like in third or fourth grade. We're like, oh my gosh, are you kidding me?
Oh, wow.
They hit kids in other schools. Yeah, we just thought, yeah, crazy.
They didn't have spankings at your school?
No. Mm-mm.
Did you go to a parochial school?
No, public school. But in the Northeast,
Really?
we don't do that stuff. Mm-mm. Yeah.
You don't?
We
My
don't do
grandma
that
used
stuff.
to
I
make
told
me-
you, my mother might have allegedly smacked the nun across the face when she found out my brother didn't have his eyeglasses when he got in the car. And then his friend said that's because the nun smacked him so hard his eyeglasses went flying off of his face. And my brother was like, no. And my mother stopped the car and said, come on. And they went in there, and allegedly she might have smacked the nun across the face.
I know
say how you like
don't
it.
remember this, but you and I had corresponded one time on a comment or something,
Mm-hmm.
and you started laughing because I told you that my mom used to whack me with a fly swatter. That was me that told you that. You
Oh,
remember that?
yeah, a fly
And you're
swatter.
like, LOL, a fly swatter, wow.
It doesn't sound it sounds like a joke.
I know.
Come here, I'm going to
It's
get you with the
legit
fly
business,
swatter.
trust me.
It sounds like a wet noodle, like a wet noodle. People say that. I was like, oh, that's something like that's going to hurt, a wet noodle.
Come on, the plastic ones on the wire.
On the
bend
wire,
handle.
oh, if you get hit with wire, yeah. But I'm talking about the little floppy end of it, yeah.
I used to have marks on my legs that were like waffle shaped from just in the same spot. Boom, 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 boom.
It must
You go
be pretty
full shape
bad
like a freaking
because
fly swatter.
I know Kathy Lee Gifford still talks about it, and
Really?
the Betty Broderick story where they said it was pretty brutal.
That's what it was. That's the case we were talking about. You're
Yeah.
like, oh, fly swatter.
Yeah, I just think like Betty would have picked up I don't know, just her, knowing Betty Broderick, that I would have just pictured her with like a rolling pin or something really scary, you know? I don't know.
I hate to say it, man, but you might have to have some people do a test on this one. Anybody that's got a fly swatter, grab their husband and just hit him like 10 times in the same spot and see if he looks like a waffle in a couple
Well,
days.
if you hit yourself with anything 10 times in the same spot, yeah, that'll hurt. But
Okay.
a couple of whacks, I don't know.
Well, it wasn't just the one-shot wonder that she did. It
No,
was like,
okay.
Yeah.
But I think you could pick up anything like that. It would, yeah. But it would.
Okay. Except a wet noodle. We could try it versus a real
Except
wet
a
noodle.
wet noodle.
Like at least a lasagna wet.
Right. Oh my gosh. In fact, you say something about no hitting in school. When my daughter was in third grade, the superintendent we had a brand new superintendent, right? And one night, and I was really heavy in the PTA back then and everything, he had two children that they adopted. I think they were from Korea, or I think it was Korea. And one was in my daughter's class, the son. And that one day we came into school and they're like, did you hear what happened? And I'm like, what happened? And they're like, the superintendent was arrested. He was arrested? He was arrested. Why? Because he hit his son with a rubber snake. With a rubber, like those fake, those toy snakes that kids have, right? Well,
Yeah, I used to put them on my airplane to keep birds from getting bit them.
yeah. Well, apparently he said that. Oh, he was arrested because
Oh my God.
I guess the kid came to school the next day, and I always liked the son, okay, and said that his father did this, and they said, well, why did your father do this? And apparently he had like a mark on his leg or something, and he said that this is what the superintendent said. I asked him something, he was a real winner. I asked him something, and he became evasive. And so when he became evasive, I grabbed the snake and I hit him. That's what he said. He became evasive. And everybody was like, oh my gosh, this guy's got to go. This guy's got to go. His kids have to be taken from him. And because he came from California, I think is where he came from, to New York. And then they were finding like lots of stuff in his past. And I haven't done a search on him in a long time, but I should see whatever happened there, because there was the biggest uproar. We got rid of him right away. And then he had a whole investigation into his, his kids, and his wife apparently was still on the West Coast because she was a businesswoman. And so he was, I'll never forget, he was raising these kids like alone here. And the other vice president of the PTA said to me, I swear to you, she goes, you know what, Carolyn? He is abusive. I said, how do you know? And she goes, I said, besides this snake, she goes, well, the other day, remember we were coming out of the PTA meeting and it was 9:00? I said, yeah. She goes, he was going home with his kids, and I asked him, what are you doing? And he said, I'm going to go home and make a standing rib roast. She goes, do you know how long a standing rib roast takes to cook? He's going to have those kids up till what time before they go to bed? I'll never forget. She was talking about the standing rib roast, and I was like, wow. And she was, she gave me the whole rundown. And I mean, it was crazy. People in here were in a total uproar. And
I thought you were going to say that he was going to take the rubber chicken to him when he got home.
No, but she's like, that standing rib roast is too long and he hasn't fed those kids, and now they're going to wait for that standing rib roast. And I don't think he has a convection oven, Carolyn. And I was like, okay, so it was bad. Yeah, it was bad. There was like we got rid of him right away. And then we found out he went down to Virginia. So you might have him down there. I am going to look him up again. I haven't thought about him for a long, long time. But that's just to show you that we go nuts on that kind of stuff.
That's really, really something.
Yeah.
So you'll be trying to sleep some night or some morning or whatever, your big 12-hour stretch, and then you'd be like, I got to look that up, man. I have to.
That'll be probably something. I'll write that down, because I haven't. I did look him up when it happened, to see where he came from, and then to see what happened, because I'm like, there's got to be some deal that happened out in California that we don't know about with him, because this doesn't just happen. And then he was trying to make like light of it. He made this big apology. I think he wrote a letter to the school saying, yes, he did at the time, that he shouldn't have done this. It was so wrong. But that's how we knew everything. But when his son became evasive, and he said, I only hit him one time with the snake, just once. And I didn't realize
where did it hit him?
On his leg. It was like across his thigh, at the front of his thigh, like as if he just, And at the time, my son, who was younger than my daughter, he had one of those huge rubber snakes. And I'll never forget. You talk about doing an experiment. My son's snake was, I swear, I don't think it was as long. The one he had was like, it was over almost 4 feet long. It was crazy. It was probably like a bullwhip. Okay. I tested that on my leg. I jumped through the roof. Okay? That's how bad it hurt. Wow. But that was a really, really long snake. But then I remember telling the PTA, I went to the PTA and I'm like, I tested that snake, and that is more than abuse. And that we were all up in arms. The PTA was just ready to lynch the guy. So, yeah, because I'm like, his son was a good kid. I worked in that classroom, like, I used to be the class mom and stuff. That kid was that kid was not a troublemaker or anything like that. In fact, my daughter, when she brought her diorama in, he wanted to, he would hold it for you to help her with it. I never saw him as any type of behavior problem. His father, yes. And the little daughter was in class with my younger son. Same thing with the daughter. She was not a behavior problem. And he said, his kids were, they were defiant, or they were evasive, or they were all these things. I think he just didn't know. I don't know. It was just scary. So we
That is something. You just never know what's going on behind closed doors.
Right.
All.
And that's what I'm saying. And this is the superintendent, right? And he had, like, when he came to us, he had, all these certifications, all these degrees, and he was this. And then I'm telling you, it was like a lynch mob that wanted to get out of the school. I'm telling you, It was crazy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they were out for blood. But yeah, he came out with this big letter of apology, and but yeah, I'm going to look that whole case up because I want to see. We got rid of him fast. I mean, I don't think he even lasted that. They put him on like suspension and got him out of there.
When was this? What?
This
decade?
was had to be the late 1990s.
Okay.
Yeah,
In New York?
in New York. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let us know what you find out.
I will. I'm going to look him up because I remember looking him up briefly, and I remember seeing something that he was in Virginia because I was following him for a little bit because I wanted to see what he was doing and see if he was abusing those kids
being
again.
a superintendent or in education like that, he could have gotten transferred or moved somewhere else, and gotten in.
Right. Yeah. And Joe says the nuns spanked especially for the kids that were making their first Holy Communion and confession. Well, I know the nuns would hit because my three brothers went to Catholic school. Actually, then when my parents built another house and the public schools were really good, then none of us went. I think that was also had to do with my mother. But my oldest brother continued in Catholic school and then Catholic university. But he was a really good kid, and then he became an attorney. And I don't think they hit them in once they got to like high school. And so I don't ever remember anything like that in the New Jersey Catholic schools that he was in.
I remember well, we didn't call it middle school. We called it junior high school back in the day. In my junior high school student handbook, I remember we cracked up so hard because there was this line in there about spanking. And it says, you shall be spanked upon the posterior region. It's like, what? And it's like, you have to, it was almost like signing up for a caning in Saudi Arabia.
Oh my
gosh. It's like, you shall be struck between your thigh and your buttocks, anterior cheek. I mean, it really got into it.
Yeah, but then there was also, I remember like when this big controversy was all over, and that's the thing that gets me, is when they were doing it in the high schools, and some of these, somebody was saying that the principals and like the assistant principals were getting a thrill out of it with the 17-year-old girls or something like that, and that's what they were saying. It was really bad, and that's what they were saying. It's not, that's the whole part that was really icky, creepy, but beyond anything else. But then there was
now I'm going to have to look that up.
Yeah.
See if there's like a.
Go ahead. It was Phil Donahue.
Now.
It was a Phil Donahue show. I'm telling you.
Oh.
That's where I saw it. But the other thing that was really icky was when in Georgia, I guess they still use it. And I couldn't even watch the video because I can't see someone hitting little kids. But the principal made like the mother come to school and she like hit a 5-year-old. They probably remember like 5 times with this like huge paddle. I mean, the paddle was like this long. Here, let me get this. It's like, what? Okay, because he was late or something. Mm-hmm. And then the mother was like really resistant to it. And she's like, if you don't let us do this, we're expelling him. And it was all over Facebook, this video, because the mother videotaped it. Who remembers that? It was like a couple years ago. And it was horrendous. I could never even watch it. Just seeing the thumbnail was like freaking me out. Yeah, I can't take, yeah.
I think I do remember something like that, but I don't remember where in the world it was.
It was Georgia. See, Sharon said she remembers, I think it was Georgia.
Oh, okay.
To the day about what happened at St. Anne's? Yeah, it could be brutal. I know, right?
Yeah, each individual teacher at my school had their own homemade paddle, and a lot of times, and it seems like my elementary school, like you had to be 112 to even get a job there. So it was all old school ladies that were the teachers. So I'm talking they would be, well, we didn't have air conditioning back in the day either. Well, it was rough. And they would stick their old used snot rag up in their bra strap, that kind of old lady.
We had weird teachers.
Change person one and bra strap and,
I'll never forget, we had an English teacher in 7th grade, and he also ran the newspaper, and I was on the newspaper staff. And one day in soccer, there was this one kid in our 7th grade, and he couldn't stand this one kid. And he was like this meticulous teacher. Like he would definitely be into manscaping because he had a black beard, very, very closely trimmed. And I swear to you, where it dipped down here, we used to say he put like black shoe polish there. Okay? And we used to all say, Mr. Vakian's got black shoe polish there because he wanted it to look, he didn't want it to dip down. He wanted it to be straight across. And he was meticulous with everything. I mean, with his wardrobe, you could just tell, okay? And he was just, he kept saying that he really wanted to open a liquor store. Well, he got his wish to open a liquor store when, listen to what he did. When I was 7th grade and we were playing soccer in gym class, and we had this kid that was in our class that he did things, they weren't always like bad things, but he had like these outbursts, okay? And he would just do things. And this teacher thought that he was doing it on purpose, where I guess the school was telling him that he couldn't control that, okay? So one day on the soccer field, he said to me, "You're in my position." And I said, "No, Robert, this is my position." Well, he took me and he grabbed me and he threw me on the ground, and my elbow got twisted in it. And I had, like they said, a hairline fracture, okay? So when I was leaving, they sent me to the nurse, so I didn't make it to the end of the seventh period of that day. All the boys came out and they go, "Mr. Vakian flipped out when he found out," because I was on his newspaper staff too, right? He goes, "When he found out that you were in the nurse's office and that this kid, Robert, did this to your arm." So he used to make these notes on the board. Let's talk about meticulous. They were all like little box letters, I swear. So they said he went to the board and he said, "You know what it is, boys? Carolyn got hurt today. So I'm going to tell you what today is. What's the start of it?" And he's put there, it's open session on this kid's body. That's what he put on the board, that it was open session on the kid's body. And he goes, "And I want you to go out there and I want you to take care of him." Okay, so they're like, "Oh my gosh," right? And I just said, "Oh my gosh, I'll never forget the kid that told me." Well, yeah, that must have got out, and then he got his dream of opening a liquor store like he always wanted. I should look him up too.
Mm-hmm. See how the shoe polish is holding up, if it's waterproof or...
Which one?
Actually, now, the shoe polish.
Oh, the shoe polish, yeah. We had some weird things go on. I also
Actually,
there were at least 2 teachers.
For men, you can just brush it in. It's probably a lot easier. I'm just wondering how in the heck he got shoe polish on there. You know, they come with that weird spongy thing on the end. They like spread it on his face. I don't know. Yeah. I might have to experiment with that. I
was very naive, like in high school, like just about thinking like that your teacher would be interested in you or something, right? So my AP bio teacher, he used to always have me stay after class, and he was a great teacher. I will still say it to this day. He was a great teacher, and he used to always have this thing, like he taught the best of the best there, but he would always say, "Okay, and who can tell me this, and who can tell me that, and which one am I?" So he said, "Carolyn, come over here and stay after it." And then he used to take me like in this, but he never touched me or anything inappropriate, I'm telling you. But he used to just say, "Oh my gosh, you're so smart." And then he would go over this stuff. And I remember telling my mother, and my mother would say, "You're staying after." I'm like, "Mom, your head goes in wacky things." I'm like, he's not doing anything to me, okay? But listen to this one. Years later, I meet one of my classmates, right? And we're talking, and he goes, "Do you know," and I'm just going to say his name is Mr. Adams. It is not Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams, because he used to talk about his wife all the time. He used to tell great stories about his wife. He goes, "Do you know he ended up having an affair with a student, and he left his wife? He left his wife over it." And I was like, oh my gosh, right? Like, could I have been so naive that this guy was like making like all these passes at me and I didn't even get it, right? Because he would ask me to stay after all the time, and I'm just like, wow, that's crazy. But
like
yeah,
he was grooming you or something.
Yeah.
Like how long after did he?
I have to. You know what? I'm going to look that up too, because I guarantee you, because I believe there were like charges pressed and stuff, and he lost his job. So And there was another one, like my gym teacher boy, yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? Now that I think about it, yeah, they weren't hitting us, but maybe they were hitting on us. But the gym teacher, I remember, had some issues in that was like 7th, 8th grade. They found out he ended
Was
up
it a
doing
lady
something.
or a guy?
Guy.
Well, see, that's something else too. We always had gender-specific gym teachers too.
Oh, we didn't.
After we were out of grade school, yeah.
And I remember he always had a pinched nerve in his eye, and he would always go, "I'm not winking at any of you. It's the pinched nerve in my eye." That's what he would tell us. I swear.
That rings a bell. That rings a bell to me because one of the things with my Tourette's is it's like almost
Too much Mac clutter?
constant eye tick. And I have had so many old ladies winking at me. And I'm like, well, oh, my eye must be ticking. I'll hold the door for them and my eye will start winking and, Yeah, not the case. I mean, I've had it since I was a kid, and it's not that big of a deal to me. But once in a great while, I get a vocal tick, and it's certain things. I don't know if it's anxiety or what, but certain things can really trigger me, and it's very strange. Like restaurants, it seems to happen a lot at restaurants. I don't know what that is, but I will feel something. It's almost like an itch. Like if your leg itches, you've got to get to that and scratch it. It's inside my brain that if I don't say this out loud, I'm never going to get rid of it. And as soon as I say it, it's got to come out a few times. Something like that. Yeah.
Is it like something will happen to you or something? Is it like that? It's not like a superstition kind of thing. Like if I don't say this, something will happen to me. No.
I don't know. It's I don't know. They say that Tourette's is pretty much neurological, but it's like I can hear I'm sure there's times when you walk by somebody or something and you think something and you can hear yourself vocalize it in your head only, and you know that you didn't really say it out loud. Well, this is something that I have to do it now, or it's not going to go away. Basically, that word or that phrase that feels like it needs to come out will keep going through my head even after I get home if I didn't let it out when I needed to. And it's like troubling. I need to get rid of it,
Right.
Very, very strange. I wish more people would study it, because to me it's very strange. I mean, my leg jerks, it kicks around. I mean, I'm not just a total walking mess, but maybe I am. So,
right.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I feel sorry for these kids that you see. Some of them have it. There's one that I watched a documentary a while back. It's like a girl in another country that had it was called the worst cases of Tourette's ever, and she was it was debilitating. I mean, she would turn and hit her parents, and she was like a teenager, and she would just swing on people all the time, and she described it almost the same way. Of course, she had the vocal tics and a lot of physical tics too, and she would feel bad because she would know she's hitting her parents and decking her dad, but she couldn't stop it. Well, finally, they did some kind of an operation to her, and it settled it down some. I'm not sure what part of her brain they messed with, but yeah, it was an experimental thing, and she at least can function now.
See, it's funny that you say that because the kid that did that to me in that class, that he had Tourette's. And the 7th grade teacher, he believed the kid had Tourette's, but he believed that he would, because he used to do this almost like this barking thing, right?
Yeah.
And he believed that the kid would do this excessively, like even when it wasn't the Tourette's causing it. He was under the impression that the kid was just doing it to get on his nerves. So there was already an intense dislike. And then when he found out that he did that to me on the field, then he went ballistic. But somebody said their teacher went, you had a teacher, Sophia, that flipped out during class and jumped onto a table and started ripping her hair out and screaming.
Whoa.
The paramedics had to come get her. Wow, Sophia. What grade, Sophia? What grade were you in? And then Cupcake said, grade 10, social studies, teacher had an affair with a senior girl in high school. It was the worst kept secret.
Oh.
Wow, you should look into the teacher's pet here in Australia. Let's see. The principal of your high school was a Catholic priest. His name was Father Osselbrook. He is now convicted. Wow. Pedophile.
The Letourneaus finally called it quits and filed for divorce.
Oh, did they? Yeah, that is so creepy. I don't know. A volleyball
I know,
coach.
their kids are like, what, almost 20 now or 18,
Wasn't he
20?
13 when she started? I don't know.
Yes, 13 or 14, and they started in, and then she went to the slammer, and then she was pregnant, remember, when she was in jail?
Yeah.
And him and his mom started raising the baby until she got out, and then she was put on probation, and she was caught in the car with them again. They just wouldn't stop.
It's crazy. A volleyball coach, let's see, Miracle Heart says a volleyball coach is in jail there for having an affair with a 9th grader. It's always the English and the history teachers. It always is, isn't it? I think maybe because...
Or the gym teachers.
Or the gym teachers, but the English and the history teachers, because like there's so much to talk about there. But see, the other one was the AP bio teacher, but we had a lot to talk about. And he used to have some flip outs too. Like I said, he taught to the best of the best in the school, so he wasn't used to any behavior problems. So anytime there was like the littlest thing, and I remember one time he was writing notes on the board and somebody didn't do something, and it was nothing major. He took the chalk, he threw it across the hall, because we had like one of the lecture halls like you would have in college and high school. He threw it across there, and he had an outburst, and he walked out, and we just sat there and were like, is he coming back? He never came back that day. He came back the next day like nothing happened. But it was scary. Yeah, it was like, what? Yeah.
Well, that, kind of in a way makes me think about what I started saying at the beginning of this conversation about insanity, insane moments. I mean, it's obvious that, and dare I say, most all of us anyway, have just a freak out moment, right? And
right.
Like, I have no idea why he did that. And I'm just wondering if, for one, I'm not sure if there really is such a thing as so-called insanity, in a way that it can actually be defined. My personal opinion, I've said it before on the board, is psychiatry is subjective. You can have a mental illness just like this Timothy Jones, and several people have to evaluate him. Several people come up with different opinions of what was going through his mind at the time, or what his current state is. I don't think even in the trial now, is it even an issue of importance now if he's insane this minute? No, it's back then when this happened. Were you responsible for it? All I know is if your hand physically does something and your brain is still thinking, you're not a vegetable, no offense to anyone, but how the heck? I mean, I don't know. It's just baffling to me, the whole insanity thing. I mean, to me, it's psychiatry is documented, but it's not necessarily, in my opinion, a true science. I don't believe that insurance should pay for psychiatric appointments or psychology appointments myself, any more than, if they don't pay for holistic healing, Somebody to read your chakras, or somebody, doing an herbal remedy for something. I mean, everybody believes in things, and we're starting to come into the conundrum now that there are always alternatives. There's alternative medicine. Why is it not covered? I mean, I'm not getting political at all. I'm just trying to say, we're going to leave it up to we're leaving it up to 12 jurors to decide, the preponderance of the evidence in this case, if he was truly insane at the time, and therefore whatever reprieve he expects to get if that's what's determined, versus what is insanity then? I mean, that's the real question here. What is insanity? It's going to come down to just a handful of people, their opinion, that's going to say, oh, this guy was insane. How do we know? Nobody talked to him that day. Yeah. Do you agree with any of that? I mean, as far as
I mean, I don't
insanity?
See, to me, I think everybody, like you said, could have a freak out moment. You could look insane, right? Yeah, you could look absolutely insane for like no reason at all. But I don't believe, you see, I don't know. With him, something about him, like he's so intelligent with all of his, software engineering. He got into medical school. He could send the letters to the people. It's just nothing there just jives that he was insane by any means. And I don't buy that he was insane for those, an hour in that night. Okay. I think if it was drugs, he chose those drugs. So by that, he knew that, they could make him act or alter his state of acting and his behavior. And that's not going to be, excuse. Oh, I was on drugs. Sorry, I didn't know what I was doing. So if anything, I think he was in an altered state from drugs, but that was his choice. Okay?
Right, exactly.
Right. So I don't think he's insane in any shape or form. Do I think he's insane?
No, I don't either. That's what I think that's more what I'm geared towards saying is any insanity defense. I don't know.
Right. I mean, there are people that I would say are insane, but they don't live a life like he has. They don't work at Intel. They don't get accepted to medical school.
There have been studies to me that are very interesting. One of them is the link between intelligence and so-called mental illness. Okay? And there's definitely been a documented link between creativity and mental illness.
Oh, yeah, I agree. There's a fine line between genius and madness, right? But
Right. I mean, because even Albert Einstein had some really goofy way out there moments,
Right.
Salvador Dali comes to mind, the surrealist, the guy from the Spanish surrealist painter guy.
Yes.
He used to have these weird, vivid dreams, and somehow he conditioned himself to do such lucid dreaming that as soon as he would wake up, he would keep the tablet and stuff right beside his bed and barely be awake and trace all that stuff down, or you can start painting. That's why his dreamscapes is what they call his art for the most part. They're dreamscapes. They're things that supposedly, if you look at Salvador Dali's work, it will look somewhat familiar to you, to everyone, because it's something that we see in our dreams that most of us don't recall when we wake up. You know what I'm saying? That he kind of brings them out, because that's how I feel when I look at his stuff too. And so I'm just saying he was like a creative genius, but he was insane probably by what the DSM standards would be today. Who knows? But yeah, there's a fine line between it. I mean, we're talking about intelligence. Intelligence meaning the ability to learn, not what you know.
Right.
Okay. Versus, because we can say that Timothy Jones, he was an intelligent guy. He had a lucrative job, obviously brain capacity to do things. But then we have the EQ, the emotional quotient, which on Chris Watts also, I wish that they would release information about examining these guys' EQs. Because when you take the EQ and the IQ, it can all make a difference.
Sure.
If your emotional intelligence is very low, or you quit growing, like a lot of people speculate about Chris Watts, maybe his brain kind of stopped when he was a dumb teenager, when he didn't have dates or whatever. Maybe his brain just, quit maturing. Theoretically, we're supposed to mature our brains until we're 25. Some people say 30 before you actually are able to make wise, regulated decisions. You're pretty much just off the wall the rest of the time, almost. And honestly, that's how I feel when I look back at my life. I probably was not mature until I was probably closer to 30. It didn't matter that I already had a career, that I'd been in the military. My EQ wasn't caught up yet. But I think some people's growth emotionally gets stunted for whatever reason at whatever time, and they just kind of are stuck with that. So when we talk about Timothy Jones, I'm not doubting that he was smart. I'm not doubting that he could take that IQ test. I don't know. Have they released what his score was?
On an IQ test? Not that I've heard on an IQ test. No.
Okay.
But
yeah. I would like to say too, as far as, I mean, that's something that I like to talk about too. I'm not going to bore people, but there is an old published essay. I don't know if you read it in college, by Isaac Asimov. It's his essay that's called "What Is Intelligence Anyway?" It's only like a few pages, under 10, and it really brings to light, you know, what intelligence really is. Like, I think he makes a comparison, like, there's a guy down the street that is a mechanic. He can diagnose and fix your car in no time just by hearing you turn on or whatever. And he would say, I can't do that, but yet I can do all these math problems. I can do all this stuff. So therefore, what is intelligence anyway? And so, and a lot of people just think intelligence is what you know, but no, it's not. It's your ability to learn.
Right.
Ability to learn. And all these people, as soon as they get out of college or high school or second grade or whatever grade they accomplish, you can't ever stop learning. People just stop learning, and their minds become stagnant. I mean, we're talking about EQ. I'm talking about people, their mentality just stops. I mean, I'm always amazed at people that just don't care to learn things. I mean, because I'm always digging into stuff, obviously.
Yeah.
And,
I know,
you
but
gotta keep the brain sharp.
But with Timothy, because he worked at Intel, we know that technology is changing constantly, right? So he is constantly having to learn new things all the time, and it's just going for recertifications and things. And so, yeah, he definitely was one. Now, Girl Cherry said, yes, caller, I have the same thing. It's almost like OCD. It happens to me every day. I will even need to complete a thought or my head will go mad.
Right.
So.
What does she think that is? Just like your brain that doesn't shut up, or what?
What do you think that is, Girl Cherry? And then
One of the things too is when your subconscious never sleeps. Okay? Just like your body only heals itself when you're at rest. Your subconscious is awake all the time. And I believe that has something to do with the part of our brain that, you know, is undiscovered as of yet. And, you know, something like that. So, you know.
Deborah Kent says, this is interesting. Mommy Ramblings, he was a teacher at the high school I went to on the Gold Coast. Which one, Deborah Kent? The superintendent that hit his son with a snake?
Ooh.
That's weird. Let me know if that's the case. Because he came from California. Yeah, interesting.
So he would have came to California to New York and then did it again. Is that what she's saying?
I don't know. I'm going to have to find out, because I think he went to Virginia after New York. I remember there was a picture of him. See, how many things, random things can you remember? But I remember looking it up online and seeing a picture of him with an umbrella and then talking about the case. And he was in Virginia. He got hired by yet another school in Virginia after we kicked him out.
How does that happen? I mean, how come like a background check or credentials aren't checked? You know, that seems to happen a lot. Oh, they were kicked out of another, so they came down to another state and got hired. What the heck?
Oh my gosh, you want to hear this one? The school that Jimmy worked at, right? One day he comes home and he's like, "You're not going to believe what happened." I said, "What?" I won't use the person's real name, but let's call her Cecilia.
Mrs. Adams.
We'll call her Cecilia. Now, Cecilia was thought to have a master's degree. Cecilia, Jimmy would know exactly what she was in as a psychologist there, okay? She had degrees on the wall. They were fake.
What?
They were fake. They found out. And I remember seeing a 60 Minutes on all kinds of people that had fake degrees on the wall that were never checked out. And I think it mostly happens after people, like they're not fresh out of college or fresh out of graduate school, but if they come in there like at 39, 42, you say you have that degree, you're bringing in the big diploma, putting it on the wall. I don't think they look, they're mostly looking back on your last employment, and they weren't, calling the university. Somehow they got a tip on this, and it was a huge, as you can imagine, thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that was crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. That was crazy. So
I'm just
yeah.
wondering if that one lady, if she knows any information about the guy that was in California on the Gold Coast.
I'm going to see if she answers. Let me see. And what is that Catch Me If that Leonardo DiCaprio weren't there were datelines too on the guys that weren't doctors acting as doctors and no one ever checked their credentials?
Yeah.
Remember?
They literally just walked in.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right.
Right? They had a whole life. Because when someone comes and they're very intelligent and very well spoken and they've been employed in, I've been in the Mayo Clinic and I've been here and there. You're not going to be like, we need somebody to check up on this. I don't know if he really graduated from med school, right? They don't even look at that. They're so impressed with, he's from the Mayo Clinic and he's from this one, and
I don't know. It seems. Are you talking about the people that not just produce fake documents on their resume, but people that just literally wear the lab coat and walk in and start doctoring people?
I'm talking about kind of both, like not just doctoring people because you just can't do that, but that actually go on the interview and tell them all this stuff, this is give them the CV and this is where I graduated from. How many of them are calling the med school to see if he really graduated from there, if they're so impressed with the man sitting in front of them and he's telling them all these things that he's worked on and these,
Right. Even if you had fake documents, that looked legit.
Right.
Still, why don't they call the schools and
Because I don't think they do. I think they're like, who would be like, this guy is, why would they even think that he didn't? Catch me
but
if you can.
The ones that just walk in, whether a nurse or a doctor put on, and they,
right. Just sneak in there to get
into a facility.
Yeah.
I think that's because these medical places have so many staffing issues and stuff that they probably don't know who's who from what agency or whatever.
Right. Yeah. That could be too. Are those the ones that go to steal the babies? Like, remember that? They just put something on and they go in there and I have to take the baby for an x-ray, and then whatever.
Then there was that real nurse that I think 33 patients, she kept putting something in their IV and knocking them dead.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Was that in England? I think it was in Europe, wasn't it?
I think so. But I think there's even been cases like that here in the United States. Maybe not as many, but, let me see if she answered me back. You went back and on your butterflies?
Well, I don't want to keep you from anything else.
Remember this lad?
I better get off of here.
Being knocked off by his chair in the back of class because he was rocking on the chair. Is that what you remember, Kelly?
Who, the teacher?
I think she said, I think some kid that they knocked him off the chair. I don't know. Let me see here. But he was, here she is. He was the teacher, in The Teacher's Pet, he murdered his wife and he was sleeping with his student. She said there's a movie, The Teacher's Pet, and I guess it's based on the teacher that taught at her school. Is that what you're saying, Deborah? It's always like a game of like half charades, half telephone, reading the messages. Sharon, I do too. Hillside Strangler had a fake psychology diploma, and he set up a fake office space too.
That was back though before they could. Well, they could have still called.
But I think it's easy to set up like a private practice. Like if you move into a new town, right, and you say you're, I don't know, let's just say a psychologist, right? And you have your fake degrees and you're not billing insurance or anything. You're doing, private pay. Who's checking you? You know what I mean?
Right. I don't know, because every job interview I've ever been through.
But not an interview.
My college.
You're opening up your own, you're putting out your own shingle.
Right.
Right? Okay, so-and-so PhD, psychotherapy, so whatever, psychologist, and that's it. You're not billing insurance. Oh no, it's private pay. We have a lot of private pay, psychologists and things like that up here. So yeah, are you checking it when you go? You go to a new site. There's a new psychologist in town. Oh, really? Okay, let me go check them out. Now, if that person is knowledgeable, they seem to know what they're talking about. Are you taking down their? Are you calling the university and saying you're not?
No, but I do. I have, not every time probably, but I have checked out. They have Rate a Doctor online. You just go in and put your doctor's name, and they'll tell you all the credentials and even other reviews from patients. I have viewed that before.
Okay, but maybe they have great reviews from their patients. You know what I mean?
Right.
But
True.
True. So that's what I'm saying. I think there's more out there than we know.
Right.
I don't know. I just there's so many even Lifetime movies about, major movies about it, and yeah, that Dirty John guy, right? That's another podcast, right? He pretended he was a doctor and he wasn't, and right, he faked his whole medical career, came in scrubs everywhere. He met that girl on Match.com or wherever he met her.
Oh.
Yeah, and he came to the first,
Yeah.
I'm just getting out of the ER, and that's just a whole mind play thing because. If you look up to a medical professional and you think he's a doctor, like a woman's to someone that preys on a narcissist that preys on people like that, and she's coming out of broken relationships and you show up in scrubs and you're telling her a tale that you just came out of surgery and oh, I'm so sorry. She's looking at you with a whole different lens.
Right.
And thinking she's so lucky. Yeah, absolutely. Trust me, I'm a doctor. So
Trust me, I'm a doctor too. Yeah.
His name is Craig Swanson, and it happened November. Oh, Sophia, that's. I don't know. Sophia, what happened to your teacher, the one that flipped out, ripping her hair out? How old were you when that happened? Great. Now I'm never going to the hospital again. Brandy says.
Uh-oh.
Oh my
Try
God.
a Catholic hospital next time, then you get the best of both worlds, huh?
Oh, see, Sakura said there was a Chinese doctor in her town who did surgery and everything else and never went to medical school a day in his life.
Whoa.
I think it happens more time than you believe. Employers would rather check out their social media accounts rather than credentials, Edelweiss says.
Is that actually true? I mean, do prospective employers look at your social media nowadays?
I think some probably do, yeah. To see what they can find on you, and I think it's the first thing that'll come up, right?
Mm.
I think it's going to come up a lot more than your, university.
That's kind of intrusive to me. Even if you don't have anything to hide, it's just kind of intrusive.
Yeah, but people can get fired over that. You know how many people have been fired over their social media?
Oh, I know.
Right?
I know.
So
there was that lady down in one of the southern states when Obama was still in office, remember? And she made some kind of thing that was construed to be racially offensive or whatever, and she lost her county job over it.
Oh yeah, I know people that I'm like Facebook friends and not real life friends with, but one lady lost her job and it was over just something like she said about a coworker. It wasn't even anything that you might even consider that bad. Just like a kind of a little bit of event. She lost her whole job and she had been there, I don't know how many, 20 years. So you've got to be really careful. Yeah.
What if she tagged the coworker?
No, I just think another coworker turned her in, and I don't think her page was even public. Like it was just with the friends around there. But she lost her whole job.
I'm so much about live and let live. I could care less what other people are saying or doing, especially outside of the workplace.
But it's different now. It's totally different now. My daughter works for a government agency, and she was telling me this guy was being she's in a male-dominated field. So she said something like so-and-so, I don't know his name, Louis, okay, he's acting a little bit creepy. I said, what's creepy? She said, well, he's checking out my Instagram stories at 3 a.m.
Wow.
At 3 a.m. And I said, okay, but see, the people of that generation are hyper aware of this stuff. A lot of this stuff that we would let go in an office, okay, back then, you know, like, because my daughter fights with me all the time on things that she says are a really, really big deal now. And I say, not so much. But she says, Mom, you don't understand. It's a really big deal now. We have trainings. We have all this stuff. It's out of line. So I said, okay, so he was looking at it at 3 a.m. And she goes, he's not even my Instagram friend. And I said, okay, you know, and she goes, Mom, that's creepy. And so then I think, I wish my daughter, she called him on it or something and told him, you know, I don't know what happened. I mean, just like some big thing. And something, I'm like, okay, well, maybe he likes you or so. I don't know why he was looking at your Instagram story at 3 a.m. Okay, but it, you know, and she's like, Mom, no, it's not. This is, he's crossed a line. And I'm just like, oh, okay. So yeah, I don't know. So it was, you know.
Well, you're obviously somebody that's like, you know, from my generation,
right?
So, and you've actively embraced, you know, technology and social media, obviously, for what, 10, 20 years. So, did you just know right off the bat that was the thing to do? I mean, did you really think when this started becoming available that it was going to become a thing? Because I was skeptical.
What, that what was going to become a thing? The internet and everything?
Yeah, the hugeness of it, that everything going online to do even your work and stuff like that.
You know, I will tell you, when, like back, oh my gosh, probably the early 90s, when they were first talking about interactive, like computer games, and it's just the way that I guess we were a little bit jaded, because if you remember when computers first came out and the first Apple computer came out, people were all excited, they were getting them, and they didn't even know how to use them. Okay. I'll never forget my brother, it probably was like in 1985, right? His wife bought him this Apple computer, and it was like every component under the sun for Christmas. And a month later, I'm like, hey, how are you liking that computer? And he's like, I brought that back. It was not. And then I kind of got a little jaded, like, yeah, they always say we're going to run our lives on computers and these computers are going to do this stuff, but it never happens because nobody can ever run them. You know what I mean? I kind of got to that mindset that only a select few would be doing it. And then just like you say in RJ, we were always given a lot of promises that technology was going to be further advanced than it was. And it didn't. And we even saw people sometimes even getting like video game systems that they were too advanced for whatever. So I would get a little bit jaded like that, like, yeah, right. And I'll never forget seeing about like these interactive computer games where like, oh, you could choose this door and it'll go a different way. You could choose this one. And I'd be like, that's not going to happen. So, you know, at that time in the early, I didn't believe it. I said, oh, or, you know, now, of course, yeah, that's just child's play. But I think until I really saw that more companies were going online and that I had real employment online, because I've been a consultant for companies like Ape Butler Hill and Lionsbridge and stuff like that. And I've seen a lot, I've, you know, told a lot of people about them that became employed by them, and seen companies going in that direction, that yes, I believe that, yeah, this is, you know, staying for good. Now it's just going to get better and better and better. But there was that skepticism in late 80s, early 90s that maybe not so much.
That's what I had a problem with, is because my field was in drafting at the time, and then all of a sudden they come up with computer-aided drafting, you know? And so guys that were doing this literally didn't even know what a scale was anymore, AKA one of the rulers.
Oh, I know. My father was an engineer. Yeah, so we always had that. He used to do it on a slide rule. He used to, instead of a calculator,
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you know how many CAD techs nowadays couldn't even use a slide rule if they saw one?
Right.
Or a French curve or any of that. They couldn't.
Yep.
It's all on the computer now. And so I had a problem because I wanted a degree in art back then. And that's when it was starting to go to computer animated everything. And I actually could have gotten a scholarship at the Art Institute, and then this guy working for Disney and all this cool stuff. But I'm like, no, I just want pen and paper. I want to do my own. I don't believe that computers will ever become an art medium. Boy, was I wrong. So I ended up going back to school while I was still working and got a degree in art. And I graduated from that. It was an online university, a 4-year degree in 2005. And then I since kind of let it slide. And so now, just like you were saying earlier about the computer tech, you have to stay on top of it. If your job, like even your own, is so, in technology, you have to stay on it. You have to get in on what the newest thing is, because things become obsolete so fast.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And Sharon says she still has a slide rule and she uses a French curve in sewing. So.
Was that Sharon?
Sharon Martin, yeah.
Right on, Sharon. That's the way to do.
And then, let's see here, Lisa said, now they're talking about pap smears there. Let's see what everybody's saying here.
I still believe, too, that it's important that everybody learns the skills with their hands, that's not on the computer. Learn how to woodwork, learn how to do something, just in case you ever have to. Know how to do something.
Wow, you're getting a lot of offers here. Some things I can't even read out loud.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't see the chat. Sorry, y'all.
You'll have to check it out later.
Right on.
I should get my son on here. I don't know if he's ever going to get married. Okay, so my poor son, I talked to him today. He's like so furious because he gets stuck. They have a restaurant and he's the main chef. So he's stuck in the kitchen all the time. And while his brother runs the front of the house, right? So he's always like, this is ridiculous.
This is what I would like to see. Carolyn. I'd like to see your son, then yourself, your daughter, and Jimmy, and they even boys could team up. All get together. That show Nailed It?
Yeah.
Like, you try to make the same elaborate piece of whatever it is. And let's see how it goes.
How it goes?
Let's see your melted Cookie Monster cupcakes,
Oh, we could do that. Yeah, that would be fun. That might be fun because my daughter she cooks from the New York Times all the time.
Besides that, you've got your ice cream cake and all these recipes and stuff. Why don't listeners join in? Let's say, hey, here's the picture of what everybody's supposed to make this weekend. Let's get on and show
I said that. I want to do that. I want to pick something that I said this before. I said, let's pick something that we can make in a certain period of time, like ice cream cake. Yeah, we could do that, but that's going to take like several freezes. But if we could find something that we could make in an hour or 2 hours, right? Let's all do it live. You know what I mean?
And how many cameras could you have?
I can have 100. I can have 100 in this office. This
awesome.
thing right here. Wouldn't that be great? But see, everybody's got to participate. And that's what I told them this a long time ago. I wanted to have a painting party where someone would come on and, like for people that can't get, because we don't have those painting parties here. And I've wanted to go to one of those.
I offered to do that that night you were talking about it.
Yeah, we got to get it going because everybody can pick up a canvas. But then we've all got to be on camera and like show what we look at. Turn your thing around, Joanne. Let's see where you are. Oh, your tree looks better than, Birdie's. Okay. But no, I think everybody's got to really participate. But that would be a lot of fun. That would be a lot of fun.
I just know if it was a cooking show like that Nailed It on TV, that mine's going to win for looking the most like junk. It's going to be, everybody's going to do the goat ones and say, nailed it, Jeff, right on.
Yeah, I know. Teresa, you're right. Apple was not user-friendly at first. Yeah, it wasn't. Sophia, are you available? How?
Does she want to call in?
He's looking for, he's 30. He just turned 30. Do you have any eligible? He's looking for someone family-oriented, no drugs, and these are his words. This is not his mother because I'm not involved in it. That's what his problem is. He can't find anyone that really is like he's got a sarcastic sense of humor, but always in a good way. Yeah, would you doubt it with a mother like me? He needs somebody with a sense of humor, somebody that likes animals, and you could see his picture. He's on my community page. He's got the fish, right?
What does he feel about true crime, though?
He loves true crime.
There you guys go.
So yeah, you could send in any eligible ladies. You're looking for a nice man yourself? That's what I said. I said this to Tico. Now, Tico's I think he's a software engineer. I said, this is something we could do. We could have a true crime dating app.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff.
Because so many people in here are looking for someone. And they have all that genre dating apps. You know, there's a vegan one, there's a farmer's one, there's one for everything. Why not have a true crime one? I think it's kind of
outnumbered worse than Alaska here.
Well, here, but what if it went around, like it just didn't just sample here? You think there's a lot of women, yes, a high preponderance of women in true crime. But like where my daughter works in a very male-dominated field. And you know what they say there? They say the odds are good, but the goods are odd.
Carolyn, let's get both of our sons on here, and they can do like a love connection type date, because my son will be 30 in December.
He looking too? Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, he is. He's never been married. He can't. I mean, he's really into his computers. He works for the federal government. He's a programmer, so he's very lucratively employed, but must love computers, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Is he in Minnesota too?
Missouri.
We're
in
Missouri,
yep.
Yeah.
But he travels actually in New York. He travels up there too, because he does some remote managing from down here and has to travel up there 4 times a year. But he goes all over the world taking wildlife pictures and staying in oh man, what was that? Sweden. He went to Sweden a couple of years ago, and he stayed in that ice hotel where everything is made out of ice, even the bed. And then they had like these deerskin pelts on top of the bed. Mm-hmm. I mean, have you seen that hotel?
No, I don't think so. No.
I mean, the furniture, everything is carved ice.
Oh, really wait a minute. I have seen that one. Yes, I have seen that one. Yes, because it reminded me of something of the Flintstones.
Yeah. Yep,
yeah.
Little rustic.
Yes. Oh, yeah, girl Cherry is 35. Still young for my liking.
Mine will date older. I'll just put that out there.
Older women always go after my son. I don't know about it was creepy. Yeah. It was so freaking creepy. A few years ago, he came home he went to the Dominican Republic, and he met some woman on the line of something, and she was like all over him. She lived in, I think, Georgia or something, Alabama, something. And she was 45 or 47. And he comes home and he's like, and I'm like, Ray, she's my age. I'm like, that's disgusting, right? And he goes like, he's like, but they flock to him. They flock to him, okay?
There needs to be a 5-year under the mother rule.
Yeah, I said, no way. So then I said, but you want kids. She's not going to be having kids, Ray. And then she's like, yeah, that's the big downfall. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Oh, that's funny. Oh, I don't know. Your son and daughter-in-law stayed at the King Kong Hotel in Tokyo. He was outside their window. Cool. That sounds cool. There's an ice hotel in Quebec also, and Nala went there. So, you're divorced and you're looking for love, Stephen. Stephen, don't throw out those avocado seeds. They said they could take up to 6 weeks. And if you ever do that, then nobody will ever be interested in you, because they'll say you have no, you can't make a commitment even to the avocado seed.
I've been seeing that pineapple. I've got a question. Do you just core the pineapple and put the entire core in the water, or what?
No, you twist it. It's a twist. You have to twist it right off the pineapple, and then if there's any fruit on the bottom, you just take a knife and just go straight down and make it flat, and then you peel off the bottom leaves. Yeah.
I'm not too confident, but I might try it.
Go look at the video. You really, a lot of people have done it that never did it. Your daughter's...
Oh, you've got a video just on that?
Oh.
On the pineapple? Okay.
Wow, life's got somebody. Her daughter's 26, wants to be able to stay at home, be a mom. A lot of guys want a woman that will work and be a mother. Then be a mother, then be a mother. Yeah, that's fine with my son. He's looking for some.
I want to say too that my son also is willing to have long distance if he needs to, because his last girlfriend was in California and he was in Missouri, and he always flew out there and had her come up here.
And it's funny. You need someone who likes bikes.
Find him somebody.
Yeah. I'm getting worried because everybody always told me, because I had my kids, the older ones so young, they said, "Oh, you're going to be such a young grandmother." And I'm like, one of them going to get married, let alone 3? I don't know. I'm just like, I keep teasing them, like, what? It's crazy.
Your daughter's the same way, huh? Doesn't have much interest?
No, my daughter's just like very, very, very picky. Very picky. But no, she's like on her 4th date now with someone new. So we'll see. But she was in a long relationship with, like she's been in long relationships, but then the last one, really, he was a complete narcissist, and that wasn't, he was like very controlling, and it wasn't good. But before that, she was in with an engineer, and he was, that's the field that she's in. They're either engineers or urban planners, and that's what the goods are odd. They're a little bit, not, because some of them, and I shouldn't say, my father was an engineer and he was a great catch, but this one that she ended up with, she could write a book about him. So I'm hoping that this one is normal. But my poor son, he's like, "Mom, I'm like working all the time, and I don't get out of the kitchen." So I said, Memorial Day weekend, there's probably a lot of women, traveling, coming into the restaurant. He goes, "Yeah, and it's busy, and where am I? In the freaking kitchen." So yeah, he was mad tonight. He's like, "Forget it." So I have to at least try.
Well, best of luck to them all then.
Yeah. You're a grandmother at 41, Sheila. Yeah, you are young. I know somebody that was a grandmother at 38, and then on that expecting show, that lady was a grandmother at 32. That was freaky. Yeah, he's normal, Sharon. My father was normal too. It's certain type. This one was a real wacky. I don't want to say too much about. He was wacky tunes.
I went to my 30th class reunion last summer, and they were giving out raffles and stuff to people that had the oldest kid, the youngest kid, whatever, the most amount of grandbabies. And there was somebody that even has great grandkids at 48.
Great, yeah, wow. You're 44 now. So wow, it's not too long ago then. Wow. Good for you, Sheila. Good for you. Joanne's getting very friendly with you.
I don't know.
Might have to hit her down.
I can't see the chat.
You were asked to go steady by a 34-year-old, and you asked if he had a single dad or uncle. You have Miss Coeli, you have a 21-year-old pursuing you? There you go, girls. What does Christina say? 48 if he went to a 30-year reunion.
Yes.
I still feel 25. Team Phoenix says that's what's important. Sure is.
Actually, I look younger. I mean, everybody says that, but hey, it is what it is. I don't fear aging, and I'm not going to put shoe polish in my beard.
Yeah, no. My son was almost bringing, I told you, one girl he met at the Dominican Republic over, and she was a lovely girl, believe me. I was talking to her. She was a lovely girl. He went back a few times, but then when he met with the attorney, and then, the attorney said, "You better make sure this is what you want, 100%. And then he started to get cold feet, because you'll be in, for 10 years, even if that's it, if they come over and you marry them, then your response, that's like that 90-Day Fiancé nightmare, was the woman was responsible for the person for 10 years. So it's crazy.
You know what? I don't know what's wrong with me. Why do I like this middle-aged women stuff? But I've watched that show too. Does that make me bad?
No, because Jimmy does the same thing. He'll go to my daughter and I or my son loves that 90 Day Fiance. He's the one that actually got me on it, but both of my older sons love it. But like if my daughter and I are watching that, Jimmy will be like, "What are you watching? This is," and then he'll stop and you'll see him just watching, and then he'll come closer and then he'll be like, "What happened with that guy Colt? What did he do? What happened?" Then he's like totally into it, okay? And then he's like, but he'll pretend that he's not really into it, okay? That he just has to sit in there because he's doing some work on the computer and he just happens to have to.
Well, I just admitted it to 17,000 people, then you just admitted it for your husband in front of 17,000 people. Thanks.
Yeah, he always does that kind of stuff. Like he used to be like not want to watch ID Discovery and stuff, and then he did the same thing. Now he has true crime on. I think he thought there was something wrong with me. I truly do. If this channel did anything, he must have thought I was planning his death all the time. But then when he saw how many other people were into this, then he thought, then he got into it because then he thought it was okay. Little does he know.
When I was probably in my mid-20s, I stopped at a garage sale. It was in this really nice, probably $1 million house, honestly. And people usually, a lot of times in those neighborhoods, they sell stuff dirt cheap, we just don't want it anymore. Take a whole box of stuff, okay?
Right.
And I'm looking, to see what they have, and there's this whole box of true crime books. And I'm like, wow. Well, then I started thinking of the connotations behind that, the stigma. And I'm like, maybe I should just pick up a couple of them and casually go up there and give her a quarter, Then I'm like, no, I really want that one too. Man, screw it. I'm going to get this box of books and see what happens. And hope that she doesn't think I'm a nut job for wanting all of them.
Right.
And so she gives me this side eye. I didn't know the lady. And she takes me beside the house, out of earshot of everybody, her family and stuff. She's like, "You like true crime too?" I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "I do too. I feel like it's something I should hide, but those were all mine. They're all good books. And I just don't have room for them anymore. I'm glad to see they're going to a good home." It's like she was embarrassed of it.
Cat Lady said she was married 3 times and she gave it up as a bad job. Really, Cat Lady? 3rd time wasn't the charm there? I guess not. Oh my gosh. Joanne is getting racy in here. What?
I was just going to tell something. I was married for 18 years, like I told you, to my safety patrol lady. But I did have a midlife crisis back in 2011, and I had a girl like that, Anfisa, on 90 Day Fiance, show up at my house. She showed up at my house from Florida, and I went on a wild goose chase with her, and we got married in Clark County, Tennessee. I didn't even know what the heck I was doing. I just swept up. She treated me just like that Anfisa did.
She mean bad like that?
Yes. I mean, that Anfisa gives me the shivers when I see her on that show. Yes.
Yeah.
She treated me like that. And so.
And you married her?
We got, yeah. Because she told me to. And that's.
She told you to.
I am not a weak person at all. But sometimes, I'm telling you, I don't know, it brings the white knight syndrome out in me or something. So I was like a crazy chick magnet for a minute. But yeah, we ended up getting it annulled because after we came back to Missouri, she just took off one day and became transient. Nobody knows where she is. And then I had to wait for 2 years to divorce her because I had to prove that she was gone, that she abandoned.
Right.
I don't even know what kind of marriage you want to call it because she was literally with me at home for like maybe 2 weeks, and it was hell on wheels the whole time. I kept offering her money. I said, "Look, I'm going to give you this car so you can leave. I'm going to pay you to get out of town. Just get out, Yeah.
Right. And was she Russian? Was she from Russia or not?
No.
Oh, no.
But she had been, one of her many previous husbands was from Saudi Arabia, but she was American. But she had lived in Saudi Arabia for a while with him, I guess, and 18 million other people. She married a guy. She didn't know all this. She didn't know somebody. She married a guy, an old guy, like 72 when she was like 18, and she tried to get his money. She couldn't get it, and so he ended up dying. She didn't get anything, so she turns around and marries his son. His son ended up committing suicide because she was crazy, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
She was just like that Aunt P.
Aunt P said when she keyed idiot into the side of his car. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but
I had shotgun shells in all of my wastebaskets in my house.
Wow.
She popped off her gun, and she always had a knife down in her leg, in her boot. Oh man.
And you met her online?
Yes.
Yeah.
Through Facebook.
Through
A
Facebook.
mutual friend stuck us together, and we had exchanged addresses because she said we were supposed to be doing some nose art for some aircraft down in Florida, and it was a legit gig that I was doing, some air art, and she was doing it too, and she spoke in 9 languages. I mean, I was pretty impressed, but then all of a sudden she starts calling me and be like, I'm getting abused with this guy that I'm staying with. Can you save me? And can you put me in a women's shelter? Can you send me money for a motel? All this stuff. And the next thing you know, I send her money, to try to get her out of a bad situation or give her some food or whatever, just because I have a big heart. And she would send me a picture of her fingernails all done. $60, man. I got these done today. I'm like, whoa. Hey, how do you like my hair? I just got my hair done with that money for groceries. What?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's kind of like my son. Like I said to my son, because my other son was saying, don't send, because I had heard all these horror stories about, I had gone on these boards where there's like bringing somebody over from another country, right? Because I was looking, it's my son. I'm going to just make sure that he's, he knows what he's doing. But I'm not going to get involved. I like I said, she was a lovely girl. She was, talking with me. But then I would ask my son, does she ask you for money? Or he said, she doesn't ask me for money. And the only thing he ever bought her was when, this like the second or third time he went down, because they could only converse, like through the phone. Or he did buy her an iPhone, but it wasn't like the lady, I think it was like an iPhone 6, and she was like overjoyed with it. But then when he got back from that trip, I said, well, what's going on? He said, well, she messaged me something like that she needed him to help because I don't know, it was something, and I guess he just got a bad feeling with it, right? So he didn't, I don't know if he didn't answer her, or he just like, I'll just go to sleep and see what in the morning. Well, she was pissed in the morning. And she said something like, the one time that I need you, you don't answer me. And then she just shut him down for like 2 months. And then he thought, during the time he thought, well, maybe it's for the best. If that's what set her off, and maybe that's, the whole time what she did. Then 2 months later, she starts messaging him again. And he's like, nah, no. So that's how that, went. But so I don't know, he could have dodged a bullet. I don't know. I guess that's how you look at it, I guess. But.
Well, since I told you that she had come to my house, how that happened, she had my mailing address because of the work that we were doing together. Well, I had no clue she was on her way up here until one night, and I was kind of sick, just laying in bed, early. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, I hear knocking, and my little dog starts barking and going crazy, and I hear a familiar voice. My dog's name is Maestro. I hear her start saying, Maestro, Maestro, and I'm like, who's banging on my house? I'm putting 2 and 2 together. I'm like, what the heck is that woman doing up here? And I went in the only room that only had a skylight, no actual windows, was my bathroom. And I went in the master bathroom and was like, no, like, what? Just go away. I'm calling people, what do I do? And there was snow out on the ground and everything. And she's standing there banging with her little Shih Tzu in her hand, banging frantically on my door saying, let me in, baby, it's Carl. I'm like, what? Who is that? And I literally just cracked the door. I'm like, what do you want? What's going on? She's like, well, I know you probably don't want me to come in yet. I'm like, what are you doing here? I made her stay outside in my second driveway. I made her stay outside. And she said, well, can I at least have a bowl of water for my dog? I'm like, sure, the dog can have a drink. And then she calls me into the house, on my phone, and she's like, oh, it must be nice in your electric blanket in there asleep. I said, it is. She's like, can I come in and go to the bathroom? I said, no, there's a 7-Eleven down there. Map it. I mean, I thought she would just leave, because she had one of them she had a rental car with a small U-Haul in the back with all her crap.
Oh my gosh. This was the first time? That you saw her face to face?
Yes. I had never seen her, didn't even know she was coming.
Wow.
And then all of a sudden she's, the next day she's still out there, and I, took the water for the dog, and she's like, I'm really hungry. She didn't come up with any money. So she's like, will you at least take me out to eat? I said, yes, but you are not going in my house. This is weird. And that's how it all started. And then actually,
and then I married her because she told me to.
I actually ended up telling her a while later when she couldn't find me and I wasn't answering her. I was staying away from home, because she was living out in my driveway.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, where are you? I said, I'm spending some time at this monastery because I need to get away for a while. I needed to give her something so that she wouldn't be able to come to where I was. So I said, it's males only. It's a monastery out here in the middle of nowhere, a couple towns away. I'm just chilling at this monastery. She's like, oh. And then all of a sudden she started texting me pictures of the inside of my house.
What?
Literally. I'm like, you are inside my house? I called my neighbor Gary, and I'm like, is there somebody in my house? What's going on? Oh, yeah, some girl said that you invited her. She's living there in your house now. I'm like, whoa.
Oh, my gosh.
She broke into my house and started living there, and she was protected under squatters' rights.
Oh, wow.
She had already put in my mailing address as her own and received mail there. And so whenever I would call the police and tell them I want to get them out, they're like, no, it's a civil case. You're going to have to go through the courts and wait probably at least 3 months before you can get rid of her. She's protected. And I finally told her, I said, is your self-esteem so low that you won't leave when a guy's telling you just get out of my house? I don't want anything to do with you. How can you just sit there and keep living here when I don't want anything to do with you? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then I was taking her back to Florida because she refused to leave on her own. We turned the rental car in, and I told her I would drive her there myself. Get your stuff, let's go. And so, I don't know. We ended up stopped. She's like, well, I want to do some sightseeing. This is the only time I'm going to see you. So we started looking at some Civil War sites and stuff along the way, and that's how it happened. I made it all the way down there to Florida with her. She was a bartender for a nudist colony before.
Oh, wow.
I told her this is my midlife crisis point, okay?
Okay.
So she gets down there, and she had sold her car to a guy that lived in a trailer park. And I don't know if you've ever been down there, but some of the mobile home parks actually are nudist only. And so she's like, I need to go transfer the title. So can you take me to this guy's house that bought my car before I left? I'm like, okay. It's a Sunday morning, and everybody's just walking, streaking out in the middle of the street, just waving. Hi, how you doing? This is like a nudist town.
Oh, my gosh. What state?
Florida.
Florida.
By Tampa, Florida, near Tampa. She lives in Wesley Chapel, Florida, by Tampa.
Wow. So when did you get roped into marrying her? Because she said, I want you to, because you didn't fall for anything else up to that point.
Right. So we get down there to Florida, and then she's like, well, I don't really have a place to stay here. You're going to have to get me a hotel. I'm like, seriously? And so I got a hotel room, and I spent the night so that I could, I needed to sleep. It's like a 12-and-a-half-hour drive.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's like, well, I want to see some more sights and stuff, so let's go to the Seminole Indian thing tomorrow before you leave. I'm like, all right. Then she's like, I've got to do my laundry. Do you mind sitting here for a couple? Okay. The next thing you know, she's like, well, since I don't have anywhere to go, why don't you just take me back to Missouri, and you give me some money for an apartment, and I'll get a job and be on my own and all this stuff. I'm like, really? She's like, as you see, there's nothing down here for me. I don't have a home to go to. Well, you should have told me that before I take you home. Okay.
So you drove all the way back to Missouri with her?
I got back to Tennessee, which is the exact midway point between Missouri and Florida. And, yeah, we ended up, there was this little historic thing, which really gets me going, obviously. This historic place and a nice little, restaurant that was in a cabin and all this stuff in the mountains. And she's like, oh, this is nice. Well, the lady that was serving, she's like, oh, yeah, that's cool, that bridge we got out there. We do marriages out there on the bridge. It's like, and her eyes are lighting up. For some reason, I had to go to court and have my actual birth certificate even with me in the car. I had to go to my mom's house because she always kept it in her file cabinet to get it for something, and it was actually still on me. I'm like, oh, of course hers was on her.
Oh, wow.
She's traveling with no home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my life is the Twilight Zone. I need Rod Serling to narrate this, man. And
Wow.
So, yeah, she talked me into it right there at the table. She's like, come on. Oh,
But let me ask you something before this, right? When you met her on Facebook, right? You guys were talking on Facebook? Or were you talking just through text?
We had a mutual friend that's an older lady that used to be on a game that I played. And the older lady knew both of us. And she's like, this girl wants to talk to you because she's seen your comments or something on my page. I'm like, where is she, Florida? Okay, well, that's a fake distance. No. And, yeah, that's how it started. And so just like a message, through Facebook.
Right, yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I should have known. There's this other app called Kick. I didn't know what the heck it was. I still don't. She's like, you need to install this app to talk to me better. I said, how is it better than just here on Facebook? Because I don't want you to have my number yet or anything. And she's like, no, go to Kick and install. Here's the link. I'm like, okay. Then you got to create a username. Well, then I saw her username was kind of like seductive, her username. So I'm like, why are we talking here? Oh, because we can send pictures here. I'm like,
And videos probably too, right?
Yeah. I don't know if that was before video. You could do that on Facebook. I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, and then
really got wrapped.
Right, but that at that time, when you're talking to her, you must see something in her, or you would have stopped, right? So you were physically attracted to her, right?
She was one of the original Tampa Hooters girls. We'll say that.
Okay, so and then
and she was a very high-end model in Europe for a while, and she was my age, just a couple years younger, but she was very attractive.
Okay, and then then from that point, you're conversing for how long before she shows up at your house?
Probably about 2 weeks. And I also want to add to that's why I feel like old George in the 90 Day Fiance, because NC's, she's a little bit out of his league. That's how this felt too. I'm like, why does this chick want me so bad? This is cool, but it's weird. So,
right. Did she ever ask you about your financial means or anything before this?
She had called my job, yes.
She called your job?
She found my job because the person that was in charge where I worked at the time, she knew the name of the town, and she knew the first name was Brenda, that I go to work with somebody named Brenda. That's all she knew. Based on that information, she goes and finds people that belong to the Women's Chamber of Commerce in that city.
Oh, my gosh.
And so that's how she found me. And so she found the one named Brenda.
Wow.
And she called my work. And yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow, that sounds scary. And then she shows up. So let's get back to the story. Then you drive her back to Florida. She convinces you to drive her back to Missouri.
Missouri.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And then you stop off in Tennessee, and the waitress is telling you that there's a lovely bridge out there that you could get married on?
Exactly. And her eyes were all lighting up. We have everything we need. And they're like, yeah, you can do the filing. This lady's certified to do everything right here. It's all in one shot. And then you come in here and have dinner again. It's like, whoa, are you serious?
Yeah, that's
good.
Like,
no. And then we go out I said, I need to think about this, man. And I go out to the car with her, and I don't know what the heck I'm doing. Just freaking out.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking out.
And she's like, just do it, and you're just like, okay.
One of those songs from that Pink, the singer, starts in playing, and she's like, "Ooh, I love this song," and starts singing it, and be like, "There's no way you can tell me no. There's no way." Oh man, I just wanted it over with.
Had you been drinking?
No, ma'am.
No, wow.
So bad. No,
crazy. You can't even blame that.
We went to Nashville and stayed and got a hotel and everything. But I ended up spending it walking around the streets of Nashville with my duffel bag. That was our wedding night, if you want to call it that.
Wow.
she got a text. I left my phone out there, and some lady friend of mine that was just a friend happened to text in, and she was one of these people. She actually told me, she said, you're not allowed to have a picture in your house or your phone or your car unless it's a lady that's biologically related to you or the mother of your son. No girls anywhere. So when I was gone, she went through my whole house and threw a bunch of stuff away.
Wow.
There's really people like that.
And so then, okay, so tell us the rest of the story now.
Oh, her mother lives in Ohio. I ended up, after she was gone, I contacted her mother, and I'm like, I guess I'm your son-in-law, but your daughter's nuts. She's like, yeah. Ends up that her own mother and her brother have restraining orders against her that are long-standing up in Ohio.
Oh, my gosh. And then
So
you didn't get together with the mother, did you?
She married was her stepdad.
She married her stepdad?
Yep. She basically stole, or whatever you want to call it, him away from her mother and married that guy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's something. It's something.
And she was able to get all these divorces in order to go and do it again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right. And she pretty much just plays people all over the world, obviously, like this.
And how old is she?
She's like 45 now.
Oh, I thought you said she was 18. Okay, she's 45.
No.
Oh.
When she was 18, she married the old guy.
Oh, the old guy. Yeah,
That
like
was
that
72.
song,
Yeah.
the Eagles song, right?
Which one?
The one
Something
that
Woman?
the Lion Eyes, right?
Oh,
A rich
okay.
old man and
I thought-
she won't have to worry.
I thought you were thinking about that one. American Woman, stay away from me.
Oh, that one too, but no, rich old man and she won't have to worry.
Oh, okay.
Right? You know that one.
Like yeah. Like.
But then she met some guy, then she goes with some guy she knew from school because he makes her feel the way that she used to feel, right? And the old man knows
Right,
she's
okay.
lying, because she can't hide the lion eyes. Right.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah.
I remember it.
Yeah, so it's like Anna Nicole Smith. She married that old guy.
She didn't get anything either. Nothing.
Oh, they want you to sing. Christina said he better sing that to the chat again. What did you sing to? Oh, the American Woman. They would like to hear that again.
That's the only part I know of that song. Really, sorry.
Okay, sorry, you're out of luck. So definitely a soap. So, but wait. So you're in Tennessee. Then you guys said horrible night because she found some girl's picture on your phone or something.
No, one of my friends that I had known since the 7th grade sent me a text. Just happened to be like, "Hey, how you doing?" And she saw it was from a woman's name in my phone.
Right.
And as soon as I got out of the shower, she's like beating me up and stuff. Took my phone from me and threw me out with all my stuff.
Wow.
And so I was stuck hoofing around Nashville, looking at the sites. Yep.
And then what happened?
then
What next day? What happened?
Every time I would take off and leave, I'd be like, if you don't, wherever we were, all across the globe, I'd be like, if you don't leave, I will, and you know I will. And I did. And so next thing you know, she's like outside yelling, and I kept, kind of lingering back around the hotel to see what was going on, because I needed my phone back to do anything, my wallet and my phone, if nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
She had the keys to my car, everything else. And I go back there, and every time we'd get into it like that, she would start, "Oh, I missed you so much. I don't know what's wrong with me." I mean, she would say the most mean, hateful, "I'm going to kill you." And then she would snap out. Ends up, she is a diagnosed borderline.
Borderline. I was just going to
She
say.
had-
I was just going to say borderline personality disorder.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They actually, they meet someone and they put you up on a pedestal.
Mm-hmm.
And the higher the pedestal, the bigger you fall when they kick it out from under you.
Right. There's a
You're
name of
either
a book.
black-
Right. It goes like this: I hate you. Don't leave me. Yeah.
Don't leave me. That's
Yeah.
the name of that book, yep. I had to learn a lot. It took me about 2 years. This whole episode of even knowing her was probably 6 months max, maybe 4 months even. And it took me 2 solid years of like going on forums and therapy to really understand what I had been dealing with. And ends up, she was also a cutter. And, cut herself when she was hurt. And I came back one time, and she had cut her. She used to get like a corkscrew and put it into her thigh muscle and just screw it in there.
Ugh.
Yeah, terrible stuff. And she was all bleeding and everything. And she was like, "You made me do this. You made me do this." And I'd never seen anything like that in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't learn about it, like I said, until after the fact, what had been going on. And like I mentioned, I had what's kind of considered the white knight syndrome. Even like the Chris Watts case, whatever Shanann was to him, somehow they played off of each other. You know, the dynamic in their relationship worked. It fueled one another. That's how it is when someone who, I mean, you can't really call me a victim, because something I was doing was attracting her. And it was like an emotional lifeline. That's what they say the people with borderline have a lot of times. It's almost like an IV of someone else's emotion that runs through them. And when they're done, they'll just unhook it and go plug it into somebody else. They don't care.
Right.
But as long as you are doing for them, you're what they call painted white. There's no gray thinking in a BPD's mind. You are either all black or all white. I mean, this escalated into a huge smear campaign, you know, online against me and in my life, in my job. I mean, they will hunt you down like nobody's business, even if they don't want you anymore. They hate you, but they don't want to let you go.
Right. So then you guys got from Tennessee, you got back to Missouri with her?
Yep.
Okay, and then she started going through your house and...
Yeah, because I had to go to work, and so she was left there. The deal was she was supposed to start bartending up here and get a job and get a life and get out. I even told her, I'll help you get your own place. You know, this is like
so the marriage wasn't, you weren't invested in, you weren't going to try to save the marriage? You were just going to try to get her out somewhere else?
No, it's not. Yeah, I was already done with her the minute I said I do. I mean, I was done with her anyway. It was just one of the moments, it's kind of like we talked about earlier. You had your insane moment. Well, there was mine. It meant absolutely nothing. It was nothing that she was just a dang bossy. I didn't want to hear it if I didn't do it. But now I know a lot of these people that are listening are going to be like, man, he's messed up.
But it's weird. Okay, I will tell you though. You didn't have. Okay, if she was really nice to look at and everything, and when you would go out with friends, and if they were always looking at you, weren't you thinking like, well, maybe I keep her around a little bit? You didn't think that at all? That physically, you know what I mean?
Yes, that is really probably the only thing. I mean, we talk about it, like I said, she spoke 9 languages. She played like every musical instrument. She played classical piano. I mean, she had a lot of talent. Yeah, I was just mesmerized by it, like I think old George is on the show.
Right. Right.
But yes, I mean, she was the kind of girl that I'd never had before, and she was literally, she didn't even look like she was from here for sure. I mean, she was 6'1", and then she wore boots, like black leather high heel boots and stuff. I mean, yeah. She was something to look at. Even when we'd walk into Walmart, she just stuck out, you know?
Right, yeah. And so you probably like that as somewhat. So, yeah, and your friends were probably telling you, oh, wow, man, you got, you know. But was she ever hitting on your friends and stuff?
She always hated them, too. Chased them down.
No, I mean hitting. She was never hitting on them?
Oh, no, she didn't.
She was, okay.
But if I ever went... First of all, when she did 10 bar for the minute that she did up here, I wasn't allowed to walk into the bar while she was working. Because she's like, oh, I don't, you know, I make better tips if you're not. You know,
she was probably schmoozing with all the guys, getting tips and everything, and promising, finding out maybe there's somebody better, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she would always do this to me too. I'm not even a bar going person, not at all. It bores me, and she would do this thing where she would want to go into a bar, and she would call me, make me stay in the car. This is not the bar she worked at, just going to a bar as a patron. And she would wait maybe 20 minutes, make me wait in the car, and she'd be like, you come in and you act like you don't know me, and I'm going to ask you to sit by me. Be like, okay, what's up with that? She's like, because I want to get a bunch of drinks bought for me before you're even around. Like, Okay, so she's half wasted by the time I get in. Then she would give me a text out the car. All right, come in now. And then she would be like, doesn't that make you feel good to have all these guys looking and think that I'm the one, you're the one that picked me up? Oh my God. She was full of herself.
Well, yeah, so wow. And then how long were you together from this time back in Missouri? A year?
Couple weeks. No,
this was fast.
Yes, it was very fast.
So she's only living in your house a couple of weeks?
Yeah, when she broke into it, basically, and started living there.
Right.
But the police kept coming, and I lived out in the woods, on some land and stuff. I'm not a person that has the police come to their house. I've never had to call the police to my house anywhere, ever, in my life. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, actually, the cops would come in. They'd be like, treat us like children. They'd be like, okay, you go down that hallway, and you don't share the recliner, and you go down to the side of your house, and you stay here. You both got a bathroom on either side. Just wait till you can duke it out in court. But the last time I actually saw her was in court. She took me to court she tried to file a restraining order against me because I tried to file one against her, and I forgot something and couldn't make it go through. And she found the papers in my truck that I was trying that. So she goes and she files one on me. Well, they didn't accept it. So we went to court because she said, as a dissolution of a fraudulent marriage or whatever, she said that I do the truck the vehicle I've been driving and his house. She tried to sue me for my house. And so we went to court, and everybody told me, Jeff, man, for the first time, keep your mouth shut. She'll slit her own throat. Just wait. You stay quiet no matter what. Ooh, it was so hard for me, but it was a female judge, and we go up there. I hadn't seen her in a minute because she ended up going back to Florida and had to come back up here to go to court even. And she starts running her mouth, just typical her. And she did. She slit her own throat, basically, standing there. And the judge is just, like, shaking her head. She didn't even want to read the stuff. She didn't want to look at the stuff. She's like, look at him. He's blah, blah, blah. Her whole deal was she kept saying that I promised her this, I promised her that, and I never did. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that I kept her in prison in her own home. Because you know what?
Yeah.
Hey, I was not staying at the house, so I wasn't buying groceries at the house. She called the police. Because all she had was grapefruit and potatoes. She thought that was a reason. They're like, no, you've got 2 feet. You've got a vehicle here. Why don't you go get some food? Well, go get a job, lady. Get out of this guy's house. He's not responsible for feeding you. Well, my husband didn't come home tonight. Well, he doesn't have to come home. There's nothing we can do about it.
That's weird. And now wait, your ex-wife, your son, and your mother never had any dealings with her or said that what the heck is going on?
Not my ex-wife. Well, actually, I still can talk to my ex-wife. We're cool. Uh-huh. But my parents, this chick insisted on going to my parents one time, so she knew where they lived. And they're elderly. They're like in their 80s. Mm-hmm. And my mom's even got like mild dementia. And they don't want to hear this kind of stuff, And she actually went over there without me to my parents and just started talking all kinds of crap, I guess. And, it freaked my mom out. She's like, are you okay? Well, before the court date was coming, I went into police protection. Some anti-violence place or something that normally works for women actually stepped in and helped me. I had a victim's advocate go to court with me, not a lawyer, but just to be there for moral support. And I feel really weird saying that because I don't want anybody to think that I'm this weak pushover person, because I'm definitely not. It's something about the chemistry that we had. We put each other into roles, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, I thoroughly think that it has something, obviously, to do with maybe something in my childhood or something, because I had kind of a domineering mother. I don't know.
Right, okay. And so, but your ex-wife, was she a very domineering woman?
No.
No. She was the safety monitor, though, right? You knew her from what sex? She had some authority. She had this badge on her arm. Right?
Yeah, in 6th grade.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah.
Then she was a nurse practitioner.
Okay.
But she wasn't bossy. She was not bossy.
She wasn't bossy at all?
No.
No. Okay.
She kept telling me to get away from this woman because she's crazy. I'm like, I'm trying. And I mean, it's bad, but I even had to get rides from my ex-wife when she was around to come rescue me. And that felt really bad.
But wasn't your ex-wife like, look, I'll go in and talk to her. I'll get her the heck out of there.
No, but
No?
I did have female friends, especially, that were wanting to do that. They're like, let's all just go in there and tell her to get the heck out of your house. And
Right. Because if I
wouldn't
was
let
your
them because-
ex-wife, I'll tell you what I would have. I would say, okay, let's just go in there and we'll pretend we're back together, and I'll just say, get the heck out of here. You're out of here.
I have a lot of friends that were
And I
trying to
would take
do
her by
that,
the
but I
hair and I
didn't-
would throw her out the door.
I didn't let them go to her because she was always armed.
She was always armed.
Yes, she was.
Oh,
She
the
was-
knife in
she
her
was
boot.
gonna.
I forgot about the knife.
Well, she had a CCW too, conceal and carry. She always was armed, head to toe.
Oh, okay.
And I saw her take her baseball bat to some guy once. It's not pretty.
No, it
She was
doesn't
just so
sound it.
volatile. I didn't want anyone to get hurt confronting her.
But did she have she had a real, you couldn't get her that it was her gun. She had a permit for it and everything. Her.
Yes, she did, and it was registered in Ohio, where she was originally from.
Wow.
She ended up moving to Florida, I guess, to take care of her sick grandma years before, and that's how
sweet
she
girl.
ended up landing down there.
Wow. So that's crazy. And then, so this is, when she broke into your house, you said when you were in the monastery, right, the first time, how'd she get into the house?
I don't know, probably a window, and I'm not so sure that my neighbor didn't let her in. Honestly, because he had a key to my place, and it was 9 acres away.
All right, maybe she made him an
Between
offer,
my house and
for
his.
the key.
Yeah, because she started hanging out over there all the time, and it pretty much broke up my friendship with my neighbor, too. I couldn't talk to him anymore.
This gets better and better. Crazy. That's
You gotta
wild.
remember, this is just a segment of my life.
It's crazy. What
From
was
day
the
one.
call originally? No, what was the call originally? Was about what? The Winchester house, and how? Yeah,
Yeah, I
wow,
wanted-
that escalated quickly. So yeah, wow, that's some story. That's crazy.
Well, I got more. If it's ever a dead night, you can request me to call if I'm around. I've got more.
You've got more. So how did this end? So how did you get her out of there? You went to court. The judge said she had to leave.
Right. She got contempt of court because she was cussing, and they kept telling her to stop yelling and stop cussing, or we're not going to read your papers and your petition. And she wouldn't. And then they even tried to give her her papers, when you're leaving court.
Right.
And they're like, hey, get back. You have to sign these. And she just kept walking and ignored the bailiff and everything. And then they had told me to stay upstairs where the court was anyway, because they didn't want us to see each other down in the parking lot. It was that bad. And they ended up granting me the restraining order against her.
So you had to go home, pack up her stuff, and you drop it off somewhere?
No, she had already taken her stuff out
Oh,
of my
she's already
house.
gone. Okay.
And gone back to Florida, and then had to come back up here somehow. I don't know how she got back up here for the court.
Wow. Okay, and then you got an annulment, or?
Yes, I ended up getting an annulment, but I had to wait for 2 years before it could be initiated, because I had to prove that I don't know where she is. They managed to track her up. I guess she ended up from Missouri. She called some guy that was her ex-boyfriend up in New York that came and got her and took her down to Texas to another guy's house.
Oh my gosh.
But now that she's pushing 50, she can't be a sugar baby anymore. I think there's
Well, she has to go with the 80-year-olds now. For the 80-year-olds, she could. She got to just bump it up to because she'll be a sugar baby for them. They'll be like, look at this young chick.
Right.
Yeah, and then 80, and she probably liked that better too, because they'll probably
I can just imagine what's being said in the chat now. I can
Oh, they're
just
saying-
imagine.
Oh my gosh, Joanne's off her. I don't know. Joanne's getting real spicy here. So like they would like. Let me see here. Mommy around and asking if ex-wife tried to help him with the new ex-wife. But see, that girl was your safety monitor. I mean, she was more than just your ex-wife. You knew her for like almost your entire life.
For 30 years, yeah.
Right?
For
So
18.
is she like, what the hell, Jeff? What
Yeah,
the
she
hell?
was.
Yeah,
She was
okay.
pretty disappointed in me. She was pretty disappointed in me.
Yeah.
But I'm just a cool guy like that. We ended up to be, our relationship was probably just friends anyhow, for the most part. Because we knew each other and we could talk about everything all the time. So, I mean, when it was over, I can still go out to eat with her and her new husband, and I have no problem.
Right. And you just have the one son with her?
Right. Because I believe when you get over somebody and you're able to become indifferent about it, then it's done.
Right. But yeah, you don't want to have a friendly relationship with the other one, even if no, that's not good.
No, ma'am.
No way. No way.
No.
That's crazy. Wow.
It was a whirlwind because it was the dead of winter up here too in Missouri. And one night I just took off with my duffel bag again in the woods from my own house. And there was this river that runs all the way through Missouri, tapers off. Some places it's almost just like a creek. And it was ice cold, frozen. It was like 20 below. It was a solid river. And I needed to cross it because there was no way around. I went to the narrowest part, 20 degrees below, and I took my duffel bag and I slid it across the river. And I knew I had to go after it. I had no choice. So instead of walking, because I didn't want to fall and bust open or anything, so I got like on my stomach and belly crawled across the Little Blue River to get to my duffel bag and get to the other side.
That's crazy. Yeah, my gosh. Let's see, Joanne, Jeff, if you had 12 minutes and could eat anything you wanted, would it be fruit, meat? Oh my goodness, Joanne's getting really bad.
Hey, Joanne.
Joanne said you have to marry her, and she's looking for something tomorrow night on a bridge somewhere romantic.
How old's Joanne?
I don't know. You're gonna have to take that up with Joanne there, but she's telling you you've got to marry her. That's crazy. And did you lose your job over this?
Been there, done that, Joanne. No thanks.
Did you lose your job over this? Like when she was calling?
No, I had gotten divorced a couple of years before, and so I had already moved into this place. This place that I ended up moving in actually had been my vacation home at one time. And so I moved into it and was still working remotely with the engineering company that I worked with. And so I was still able to do projects and stuff like that. I just wasn't going in, and I ended up thinking that it wasn't fair, to the other engineers anymore to not be able to go out and manage any projects that quit giving me work. So, I made a severance with them and actually quit that job.
Wow. And
so by the time Crazy came around, I was working at that other place where I told you that she had found me.
Wow. Karen said that when her son was 17, he took up with a 36-year-old woman, and that was 10 years ago. You mean they're still together, Karen? That's illegal, isn't it? 17, under the age of 18? Or did they change that now?
Sometimes you can have the consultation to marry. You can get permission to marry in some states if you're underage. Every state has its own laws.
Oh, let's see. Maybe she spun the neighbors a line to gain access. I think she spun him more than a line.
A friend that I knew last summer had just turned 16 years old. Her daughter had just turned 16. And she knew that she had ran off and was like staying with her boyfriend somewhere and knew where it was, and the police wouldn't even go, not in the state of Missouri. She's like, but it's still a minor, She just turned 16, and I want her to come home and make sure she's going to school, and I haven't heard from her in 2 weeks.
Right.
And she won't answer me. All they could do was call and ask his mom is she there, and do you want to bring her up to the police station because her mother's here, wants to talk to her? And she said, no, she doesn't want to come, and hung up. And that's all they could do. But yet you have other states where there'll be...
Oh, yeah, yeah.
On my Facebook, a 17-year-old was missing, and it's an Amber Alert.
Mm-hmm. How old was the boy she was with?
He was also her age.
Oh, so he was also a minor? Okay.
Yeah, he was also like 16.
I'm just trying to see what anybody's saying here. Let me see. Kalani is highly unusual in her color. Oh, Kalani, you're talking about, Sakura?
What's unusual?
I guess Kalani. They're the one that's married to that guy that dances all the time and has, what's his name? Oswego, something like Asuelo, the guy that cries all the time. What's with the baby bottle? Oh, somebody's throwing baby bottles. Oh, Sheila asked me about this. Sheila, you have to rewind. This is a campaign I'm doing. I think Sheila thinks I'm expecting it. This is a campaign. They just sent this to me today. You see, Dr. Brown's? I'm working with them on my blog. So, yeah, that's what that is. Don't get all excited. So, let's see here. You don't think I will get to make... Oh, they didn't think I'd make sense of it. I made pretty good sense of it. But...
Well, I'm going to let you all go.
Yeah. That's crazy.
And
that's
I'm sorry
a lot.
to have dominated so much of the time tonight.
No, that call... Oh, wow. Okay, that was fast. That call really just went like that, right? That was crazy. Who would have expected that? Slow night like that, and then no Jeff, right? Gone. Whew, poof. Jeff, in case you forgot, Jeff is the guy that told the story about finding the cat in the wall. Finding the cat, and it was his soulmate or something. Well, I think he thinks a lot of things are his soulmate, but anyway. Then the cat went through that makes sense. Remember, and he made the hotel open up the wall because the cat went through the wall? And everybody said, oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. Right? So that's Jeff. He also fell for a cat and opened up a hotel wall for it. But that was interesting. I had no idea it was going that way. I don't even know how it got that way. I don't even. What did he call on to talk about the Winchester house? Was that the first? Yeah, that was crazy. The cat and him have separated. No, the cat, unfortunately, something happened and it passed away, and he was all broken up about it. Did Jeff leave already? He did. He might be in the chat. I don't know. He's tired. Maybe he has like narcolepsy and just bam, hit the button. He's gone. Rambling is how that got away. That was crazy. Yeah. Truly didn't know where that was going. Okay, so that was a good story, right? Did you guys enjoy that? Did everybody enjoy that? Put a yes in the chat if you enjoyed that. Put a no if you found it incredibly boring and your ears feel like they're bleeding. Yes or no, ears are bleeding. Where's Scooter? She fall asleep? Okay, well, that was his marriage story. And one day we'll listen to the cat story when the cat got into the wall of the hotel. Hi, Miss Babe. We'll listen to that. That's a good story, too, from Jeff. And maybe one day we'll do the painting again with Jeff, and you guys can all do it. Like, who didn't do it, you can get a blank canvas, and you can make the painting with Jeff. Maybe we'll redo the painting. We'll see. We'll have to vote on it. That'll be a vote. I know Scooter didn't do the painting because she was a quitter. And I know It's Bink didn't do the painting. Little Lady didn't paint. I know High 61 didn't paint. Miss Babe. A bunch of you didn't paint. So, yeah. I still have my painting. I know Sassy Darcy has hers. But anyway, thanks for watching tonight. Tomorrow, okay, so tomorrow, we already did our true crime roundup. Tomorrow, I think we're going to do I know we're going to do the craft, bake, chat. We're doing whoopie pies. I hope that you get a whoopie pie recipe and join us. If you don't want to do whoopie pies, you can do something else. Or you can bring a craft up, or you can just come and chat with us. That's 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then after that, for Little Lady, we're going to do a replay of the Mega Millions. All right? All right, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Be good. Love you. God bless. And prayers for all. We'll see you tomorrow, guys.